Yo! Hello, hello. Hello, JK. Yes, I am in the land of Philip. I'm in the land of Philip and Pines. Why, you coming here? You plan to visit my humble abode? How's I doing? Hope you're doing good. I am just prepping the strumble here. Give me but a moment. There will be quiet moments, but fret not, I am here. I am with you. I am always staring with my dead-ass expression. Like I've seen everything. The worst humanity and this universe has to offer. Which I kinda did, because I wrote some insane shit in my stories and my lore. But you know what? It's part of it. It is part of world building. You just cannot just put all the positives and happy feelings in your world. Especially if you want to make a serious outing out of it. You have to put everything, even the dirtiest of dirt. Even the most profane and most depraved of shit. Because the universe works with balance. It works with opposites. One cannot exist without the other. No, I was asking because I know you all had an earthquake over it. Oh yeah, sorry about. Thank you, man, thank you. Yeah, the earthquake, lucky for us and unfortunate to those people, happened in the southern tip of the country. So it's like a few islands away from us. And yes, unfortunately, it was quite the earthquake, man. I feel sorry for those people who got impacted because we literally saw buildings just tumble and collapse like they were paper, man. I was at a point where I was watching reports of videos of buildings collapsing, and I was questioning it. Damn, are these AI? Because those things collapse too easily. But yeah, they're actually legit. You know what's even more harrowing when I saw those reports, those videos, man, is there was this one thing the wife showed me. There were kids, right? They were outside, at least the school, and the whole part of their school just collapsed, and the kids just stampeded. It was like, fuck. Lucky for us, no one got harmed, but goddamn, man. And those kids are like 6 years old, so very young, and getting exposed to that level of devastation is... First day of school, too. What a way to start your school year, right? You're so anxious about going to school. It's your first time. You're like grade 1. First time ever. New faces. You're unsure. There's a social awkwardness. Then all of it got scrubbed by a memory of your school collapsing and you running for your life. Yeah, I know, right? Damn. At least no one got harmed. Lucky for the kids, they were already outside as the thing was happening. And it's an isolated spot too. If you were to see the video, it's mountain and forest surrounding the school. It's very isolated too. So yeah, hopefully, good thing nothing happened to them. We live in the Pacific Ring of Fire. So, the thing is, earthquakes and tsunamis are a thing here, unfortunately. And you've seen my country, it's very islandy. It's like 7,000 islands, right? A lot of them is islands. And the Pacific Ring of Fire cuts through here. Cuts right in the middle of our country. So yeah, every part of the country is gonna be affected by any earthquake right here. See how many... The Philippines is like the second or third country in the world that has the most active volcanoes in terms of its landmass. So yeah, we have 5 currently showing here with active volcanoes. So yeah, dude, I live here. This is where I live, and this is where the earthquake happened recently. we get earthquakes here every so often, and the most powerful one actually I got was when I was still working in the cities. I literally saw the entire room we were living in just shaking, man. It even got, I am so paranoid with earthquakes that even though we're staying here, there was a time we're staying here, you know, vacationing and everything. Okay? There was an earthquake in the cities. My first thought was my stuff probably got ruined because of how powerful the reported earthquake was. Luckily for me, the apartment, I think it was a 5-story apartment we were staying on in the city back then, held. So no issues there. None of this stuff got ruined or anything. Lucky for me. But there are folks there who didn't. And that is actually why a lot of our construction here, much like in Japan, is especially in the areas that are prone, are really not that tough. You know, most of them are light materials because it's either they get toppled down too quickly or it's preparation for earthquakes. So at least repair will be easier. And rescuing people who got buried over the debris is not as hard as with concrete, right? That's why Japan has that same idea too. That's why most of their houses, especially in the olden days, are light materials. Because it's easier to deal with in terms of fire, storms, whatever. It's easy to break down, sure. It's easy to rescue people if you get buried in it. And it's easy to rebuild. So yeah, we live in that part of the world, man. Earthquakes are a thing here. Lucky for us, we had some volcanic eruptions here and there, but at least lucky for us here, the volcanic eruptions that happen in the country are not violent to the point that it's actually ruining infrastructure and everything. It's just a volcano spewing fire every now and then. I think there were some magma flows, but it's not as harsh or as destructive as the Hawaii ones, where it's literally just a river of magma. Right? It's just a river of magma flowing towards the sea, and they're getting free land out of it. No, it's nothing like that here. Just ashfall, yeah. We have a thing called lahar. That's the most common result of magma or volcanic eruptions here. This is what we have. This is what we get. Instead of magma flows, not shoes, damn it. This is what we get. Lahar. So it's basically mud, water, all sorts of debris just mixing with the hot emanations from the mountain. Like that. It's a mud flow of volcanic material, basically. So that's what we get here. We don't get magma flows. We don't get rivers of lava or worse, pyroclastic flows. Now that is the most destructive in terms of how quickly you're gonna get fucked up. At least with lahar, you have a chance to get away. With magma flows, you have a chance to get away. With pyroclastic flows, boom, you're dead. Nothing you can do. You can just watch it rush towards you. You all have an escape plan. Currently where we live here, I'm living in the province. So what I have here is a house in the middle of a mangrove grove. So not really much. I just go outside. We are very lucky where we're at. We are very lucky. This is not a place where you get flooding. You don't get much fire risk because you're not living in the squatters area. In storms, yeah, again, flooding. We're too high up. We're at the foot of a mountain. The only weather phenomena that could affect us is storms with high winds. Yeah, it's going to cause infrastructure damage. Like power lines getting cut, internet lines getting cut, something like that. But not too much in terms of we're going to lose our investment for this house because it's going to be damaged too much. Cross my fingers on that. Hopefully it doesn't happen. And I don't wish for anyone to undergo that. Dude, imagine investing like your entire life savings on your dream house. Then nature's gonna say, no, fuck you, boom! Destroy everything. Gods. I don't know what to have. Like this one. Look at this! Look at this. Imagine you paid your life savings for that car, your beloved car, and it just got buried in a mud flow from a volcano, and there's no way you can salvage this thing. And cars are expensive here, man. Cars in the Philippines are a lifestyle choice. We don't get cars as easily here as compared to other countries. No, here it's like buying a house, essentially. People who have cars are people who have money to burn. Yeah, gone, just like that. Gone in an instant, gone in a flash. Like, you paid for it for years, you saved up for years, and boom. That's why I don't want to own a car. Another reason why I don't want to own a car. First, I'm a bad driver. Second, the thought of it getting damaged or destroyed like that makes me sad. That's why it's the thing that's popular here in terms of vehicles are not cars. No, motorcycles. People love owning motorcycles here. First, they're cheaper. You can easily get one with plans and everything. So yeah, these are the type of motorbikes you would see here a lot in the Philippines. Not the fancy hogs or anything. No, these types of things. These are the most common mode of transportation here in the Philippines. Motorbikes. Dude. This is our car, okay? Let me just show you what Filipinos do when they ride bikes. Okay? This is our car. This is our family sedan, okay? This is the level of versatility we Filipinos show when it comes to bikes, okay? This is like a public transport thing. It's a taxi. People pay to ride these things, okay? To get to point A to point B, especially in more mountainous areas where there's larger vehicles have problem with the roads. And again, bikes are easier to maintain. But yeah, Filipinos love motorcycles. They love it so much. It's gonna call it. It caused a lot of accidents as well because some people, we call them cascasero here in the Philippines. They drive motorcycles so recklessly. They would actually go around, try to fit through everything without changing much of their speed. And they would cause all sorts of accidents. They would hit pedestrians, blindside you while you're crossing the road. They would actually get crushed by cars because they just force themselves in between two large vehicles. Lol, talk about things. Yeah, I know, right? We Philippines here are masters of getting our money's worth, okay? We have a saying here. I know you have, it's also in the West, but we practice here like it's a part of our we're inborn with this idea, okay? Of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's still working, right? Let's go in and use it as much as we can. Hey, look, these have wheels. Why not use it as that? It works. Why not? You would see some of the weird concoctions we can do with the things we got here. But yeah, that's Philippine culture for you. There's your slice of culture for everyone. Yeah, cars, not so much. If you have a car here, again, you are rich. That's it. People buy cars not because it's convenient. No. People buy cars because they have status. They have wealth. That's why people buy cars. That's it. Bikes are the practical. They're the most common thing. They're the easiest to get. And that's it. We end this episode, this little snippet of Top Gear Philippines. Dude, I've been watching Top Gear a lot. At least I managed to get the hand of a few episodes of Top Gear. And I really love the camaraderie, the way they fuck each other. They dick around each other. Yes, those are all Chosen words, I know it's a double entendre, I don't care. With Jeremy and James and Richard. Clarkson! So yes, currently for the project we are working. We are doing some amazing work here with proofreading and the favor system. I think, lol, I enjoyed the segment. Glad you're doing okay. Yeah, hopefully you do too, JK. Hopefully life is treating you not too cringely. But here, we are not here to talk about the cringe of life that much. We are here to talk about the fantasy setting or rather the sci-fi fantasy setting I'm working on. Alright, we are here to escape into hopefully my interesting world and setting. We're working on it. I've finally completed the god list. So here they are, all of them. This is the current pantheon. So we're now working on the favor system. So basically this is what happens if you worship or devote yourself to a god. And I'm gonna basically lay down the rules and how to get the favor, how it works, what you need to do, and what bonuses you get. And a little bit of snippet for the introduction of the god. We'll keep the Philippines on overall safety and prayer. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Dude, speaking of prayer, I gotta say, the Philippines may not have the Notre Dame Cathedral. Yeah, we may not have something like that, or the St. Petersburg, or even the, there's a British church that came into mind and I already forgot, but whatever. Some of those very, very popular tourist attraction churches, but we have some of the most beautiful churches in the world, man, for me personally. Every major province has this amazing temple to worship that they have. And the one here, it's not even the tourist attraction here. The one here in my area is quite beautiful. I tend to go there every time I go out to go for anything, actually. Whenever I go out, whatever reason, going to buy something, market, whatever, I would stop in the church first and just meditate. Right? I just look at it and just enjoy the presence, the quiet, the serene atmosphere of the church. There is something in a church, regardless if you're an atheist, whatever, you cannot deny, if you have the slightest bit of humanity in you, that when you enter a house of worship, a church, especially one that's decked out with amazing art and architecture, there's a certain serene, quiet feeling to it. Like, everything in the world around you just gets shut outside the church, and you are entering a different realm. A realm of peace and stability, where your mind suddenly becomes quiet and focused. You forget the heavy thing you're carrying when you enter. It's like, yeah, there is something in that. There is something. The way it's constructed, the way the art looks like, the entire quiet feeling. There is a magic there. There is a magic. And I appreciate that. I love visiting the church or any sort of house of worship, especially one that's quiet, one that's quite contemplative in its atmosphere. Now, speaking of churches, I'm quite the religious nut job today. So yeah, we already got, I think. So yeah, we're working with Yaldesh currently, so I already proofread this, I think. So we're good with that. So I'm moving now to Ainoboros, but I lost my mind yesterday. For those who tuned in, I actually lost my mind, and you can tell. I'll show it again. Why not? So look at this. This is my first ever, one of my first drawings, right? Very nice, very nice. And this is one of the most latest drawings I ever made. Look at this action pose right here. Nice, very nice, yeah. But look at this guy. Sorry, I am still proud of what I did here. Unfortunately, I'm cringing out. But, you know, I am proud that I am now at a point where I have drawn so much and became confident enough with the drawing app that I'm using that I am now able to use it to create effects like these. I think I would safely say this is the first time ever in any of these drawings that I actually made an effort, a conscious effort to create lighting effects and shadows like this. Because I even made little lamps here on the side, see? Look at that, breaking through the shadows of the dimly lit room. So yeah, now my main problem is he stands out. Look at that. Dude, he literally stands out from the rest of the drawings. And I'm just showing you the same guy, just in a different picture. Because of the effect and shadowing I did for him. He looks more alive, I guess, is the word I would go for. He stands out, right? There's a 3D effect going on here. Unlike these, sure, their action pose gives him a little bit of depth, but it's kind of flatter compared to this. So, now I am losing my mind here and my OCD is kicking in since I have all the drawings saved, easily accessible in Krita. I can just go ahead and go around and redrawing all of them, at least putting shadows on them. That is my conundrum right now. So, yeah, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Whether I'm gonna let my tism get the best of me, or just let it be. Let it be a little Easter egg. I don't know, some sort of a question. But to be fair, this ain't the final thing anyway. This is more of an introduction. So you might get a more professionally drawn thing in the future. But either way, this is just a creature guide. This is just a creature guide. This will serve more as a introduction to the lore, the creatures, and their stats. So as I was saying, we are now done with Yaldesh. We are now moving on to Ainoboros. So we'll be doing his proofreading in a bit. Lab, I'm gonna grab the fan, huh? I'm gonna grab the fan and just shake it like that. No, turn on the fan. Alright. So Ainoboros is the god of temporal, arcane, and the unseen. Now, be advised, again, in my setting, there's no such thing as time travel. Okay? He's just a master of magic so much that people assume that he can control time. He can just freeze you in place, that's it. He can't really control time. You can't go backward and all that bullshit. You just thought you are because he's manipulating your body to move backwards. He can do that. He has good memory. Right? He can bend matter so much he can actually force a fireball to go back where it came from. He can do that. Or a bullet. He can do that. But he's not time traveling, no. It's just a localized manipulation of the physical forces around him. None of that whiny-chimey bullshit. The Grand Architect of the Empire. He worked from behind the scenes, making sure all ran on schedule and as precise as possible. He who has mastered not just the continuum of imperial machinery, he is also the master of the arcane arts, able to craft spells that break the very concept of perception and understanding. And I forgot to check my audio. Sorry. But since JK was here, I think my audio is fine. But you know what? Doesn't hurt to double check. I did turn on the fan, so for all I know, the fan is actually audible. The perception and understanding. And no, it's not. My audio. Sorry. So that's nice. But since JK was here, I think my audio is fine. But you know what? Doesn't hurt to double check. I did turn on the fan, so for all I know, we are now reducing the audio because fuck you. There you go. Last thing I want is to hear myself, so fuck off! Disappear. Like I said, I don't really like the sound of my own voice. And I'm gonna do lore videos So good luck to me editing that, because I'm gonna be dying of cringe while I do that. And I'm not gonna use AI. No, the only thing that I would use AI voiceovers is either for a meme video or a joke, right? But I'm not gonna totally over rely on it. I will do the narrations. I will do it. I will force myself to listen to my own voice just to get the editing done. Because I do love video editing. Believe it or not, it's a passion of mine that I just discovered recently. I do like it. The only thing that it's my main problem with it just takes too much prep time. Especially if you're looking for clips. I know there's something in there that you can use to farm clips for you, but I would rather go there and just look for the clips myself, because I do not really trust large language models or AI that much, okay? I really don't. They're good at the basics and the surface level things, or some whatever is the most popular thing going on, right? But if you want to really get some personal touch, the human touch, I would never rely on AI for that. It's good for if you're just farming for clips that are relevant to your video, like you're doing a history bit or something like that, right? History bit, or you're doing a documentary of sorts regarding a topic. Sure, it's fine if you can use AI to sort the clips for you, because it's easy enough to find specific things like that. But if you're gonna go for a comedic thing, like a creative thing, I really don't think AI would be helpful in that regard currently. Dude, just getting AI to cooperate with whatever meme or joke you're trying to look for. Because I sometimes use AI to look for clips, like I'm looking for a clip like da 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 da. It's not, no, it's trying to be safe as well with the search and the prompts it's getting me. So it's very filtered and very narrow and very, most of the time, cringe. Because it's gonna be the most popular whatever Zoomer stupid shit out there that's brain rotted material. So no, fuck off. Unless it's applicable for whatever joke or meme I'm going for in that video, sure, but most of the time it's just making me question the value of putting effort in your comedy nowadays. Okay, the Grand Architect of the Empire, he worked behind the scenes, making sure all ran on schedule. As precise as possible. He who mastered not just the continuum of imperial machinery, he is also a master of the arcane arts, able to craft spells that break the very concept of perception and understanding. Peoples of many of the more academic pursuits, such as astrologers, mages, and even accountants, find him as their inspiration and guide. His temples are more like schools to these crafts. Some even function as administrative centers of its city. Worship Inoboros is to welcome the mundane and to embrace the unknown, for these are the forces that run the greatest of empires and the lowliest of bureaucracies. So yeah, I think that is good. That is a good introduction for the god. Remember, the way I do the gods here, they're not really gods. They're like super powerful beings, but in the perception of the mortal mind, this is it. Okay? This is framed in the perception of the mortal mind, right here. That's it. Alright, this is it. Framed in the perception of a writer in the universe who has no knowledge, deep knowledge about what's going on with the rest of the Pantheon. Unlike me. Okay? Now, funny thing is, where's the... I kind of did that too with the main document. Like I said, I prefer to leave a little bit of mystery every now and then. I don't like to just bulldoze you with lore, right? Because, since this is also a work in progress, the lore might change, and I don't want to put anything in stone. Plus, some I deliberately keep a secret or just leave breadcrumbs of clues about. Because a little bit of mystery does help. There is nothing greater than the power of imagination, right? Imagination is fueled by your own biases. So, if you were to think of a scenario that is, for example, he who destroyed the Blangiblars using his guile and mastery. So, you can most likely come up of a better scenario that suits whatever bias or whatever you deem as good. When you come up of how he did it, then whatever the writer or me can come up with that can satisfy you, right? So of course there are always exceptions. Sometimes you would be wowed by the actual writer or the actual explanation. There are things where that happens, but most of the time, I'm saying in general, you yourself can come up with a better thing that suits whatever bias or whatever you deem as good. Yes, this whole project is or has been fueled by imagination, by one's perception, by one's bias when it comes to creation, right? So, I think it's only fair if we let other people who read the lore, who get interested into what's going on, to let their own imagination also run amok. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's nice. And I also designed the world to be a little bit of sandbox too. Of course, there will be the rules. If you're going to use a setting, you have to adhere to the rules. You can just put anything you like in it, right? So there are specific locations, there are specific things you cannot do, but the rest, yeah, you go you. I try to make it as flexible as possible. It is kind of still, magic is what magic does, but it's not totally 100%. You can just do it like that whenever you want. No, there are limits to it. There's a reason why the gods are reduced to 10% power. There's a reason why they're starving, they're diminished. They can't do the things that the histories claim or has shown of them capable of doing. So that's why you're able to beat the god of the arcane god using your puny-ass ordinary animal creatures. Plus, of course, you have your own things. You have your own specialities. Dude, this guy is quite sparse when it comes to his skills. Actually, the more I look at it. Yeah, he's quite sparse actually. Maybe I'll edit that and give him more skills. Give him more moves. But either way, our goal here is to proofread and possibly remove or alter some of the lore. Considering, again, when I was typing all this, everything is still up there, right? As I progressed, there are things that changed, that got added. Like, for example, when I made him first time, I wasn't even planning to give him a paramour, but now he has a paramour and a secret relationship and all that. So maybe I'll just put one in here. A little clue, but I don't know. We'll see. Alright. So let's continue. Workman's log recovered from a data drive found in storage inside the Temple of Horadses in Megalonova, Babylon, in April 1st, 1021, a new founding. Just to give you a clue, yeah, it's not found in any of his temples, it's found in the temple of his brother. Curious. The deeds of Einoboros cannot be summed up in a few paragraphs, for he has simply always has been there. For he has simply always been there. For he has simply always... I don't know, it doesn't roll off the tongue, it's weird. For he has always... For he has always simply been there. Yeah, let's move it back. Simply been there. Even before the zenith of the Auric dynasty, he was there. running the intricate machinery of the Astran Empire. Alongside with his brother, Horadses, and his sister, Pereshkigal. He personally managed the astronomical calculations needed to ensure everyone and everything receive what they require, from vital supplies to personal, with something as meager as a birthday gift. He was behind it all, pressing the knobs and pulling the strings violently, if need be. For countless millennia, with zealous pride, he did all this, without complaint nor even the slightest hint of frustration. I, as humble servant, can attest to this quiet passion, to his quiet passion. I kind of want to add more. I think that's enough, actually, but if I'm going to add more, what can I add more? He personally managed astronomical calculations needed to ensure everything and everyone receive what they require, from vital supplies, personal something. Yeah, I think that's enough. From here, the log continues, but appears to have been altered. New additions have been made. Altered. Yeah, we already got the word altered, so we're fine. New additions have been made. Their source unknown. Confound you all! You low-brown peons know nothing of the depths I find in this eternal drudgery. It is intellectually mind-numbing. For millennia indeed I toiled, and nary a glance or speck of respect nor glory must thrown my way. Even my greatest creations, the phalanxes, were reduced to guard duty when they should be out conquering, spreading my genius across the gates and beyond. And what of my siblings, my honorable, loyal siblings? He manufactures my creations, which are but one of the near infinite wealth of ideas I gave him. Yet he takes all the credit. If not for the diligence of Prince Lucerius, he would have gobbled up the credit for those as well. The funny thing is, when I ran this to the AI to proofread it, right? To proofread it, the AI is getting confused with the statement. I was like, is it really that confusing? The AI is thinking the he is referring to Lucerius, but the he is referring to the brother. I don't. Is it really that confusing? It kind of does not roll off the tongue for me, because I should put for if not, something like that. But I think this is enough. If not for the diligence of Prince Lucerius, he would have gobbled up. Should I put in my brother? But I don't know. I kind of trusted the human readers more than stupid AI, to be honest. So yeah. I don't want to change it. I really don't. Because again, I trust humanity over stupid AI. Okay? Fuck that. And what about my dear, darling sister? She who is the most uncompromising, yet she prostrates herself before meager, dirt-ridden supplicants, wallowing in their degeneracy. She is nothing more than a glorified wet nurse. Actually, the word I use here is whore, but I change it. Or, I thought about it's a bit too. Is it harsh? I might change it back the more I think about it. Because yeah, I am not going to be shy of using words like that. Because again, this is not me. This is my creation. And they have character. And when they have character, they would do or say things that is not really me. You know what I'm saying? They have their own character. They have their own thing. So, yeah, most likely he's going to do something horrible. But what can I do? It's him. Yeah, sure, I control the narrative, but if you do that, that means the character will act out of character, and it's going to pull people out of your immersion of the universe or the story you're trying to do. Then that's not a good thing, right? If you're a storyteller. It's like, all of a sudden, he stopped being shit. all of a sudden he has this aversion to saying this word that it's actually fine considering the context and how he is. But you know what? That's you. For me personally, that's a bad idea. That is a bad idea. So yeah, I'm thinking of putting whore back in. But for now, wet nurse is kind of appropriate as well, the word choice, considering he is quite a bit... He has the highfalutin and arrogant feel about him, right? He has that. So I think wet nurse is a word that he would use. Sorry, I'm using a pointer. So he would use. So for now, we'll keep it as is. For now. Like I said, I might change it. I might change my mind. Like, you know what? Let's go with whore. Why not? Let's do that. Let's kill YouTube ad revenue. This YouTube in general. Oh, I will have my moment, for time is my ally. I know all their dirty lies. No one is clean in my ledgers. I've seen it all. I know it all. I will have it all. I will burn them all with the weight of all their sins, with the weight of all their sins. Yeah, let's put all. There you go. I think it is the first... Well, Lucerius is there, and I did rewrote his lore to be more eviler, or rather harsher, is as evident by the mother, Lunanef, with her interview. He's not really a bad dude. No, he might have committed genocide. He might just purge dragons and all that. He might just plunge the world into a civil war, killed like a good 70% of the surviving pantheon, but you know what? It's fine. It's fine. He is a redeemable... You know what? He can be your starter if you want. He can be your starter if you want. You know, you can use him. Okay, next is the little... I think this is the most... because look at that. This is the first time with Yaldesh. It's the first time I actually made a short story. Right? It's the first time I made a short story. But the drawing is just simple stuff. Just a snapshot of the main map and a little peach lotus there drawing. And this is the first time I actually made a drawing for a story bit. Like a massive action shot. It's not meant to display the god's anatomy, right? How he looks like and how he moves, or how he do certain things. It's basically one shot, one action shot. Because yeah, you can even see all of them. The sun things are gone, so at least it gives you an idea. Yeah, he can remove those if he wants to. He wants to just be a little asshole and just surround you with his massive fuck off ethereal magical arms. Yes, he has magic arms. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Recording Mastari Mariaraxira. Mariarax, I don't know. Esper name. Mariarixa. Encounter with Inoboros dated 1/20/1048. Oh, this is recent. Like 2 years before the setting. Aptitude or happenstance? Illuminate me, little Esper. Wait, 3 questions only. Ask carefully. What are you doing? Penance 1. The Pylaxes remain hostile to us. Can you command them to stop? Oh, I know what's going on here. We need to fix the... Yep, there you go. So yeah, we need to fix things because the thingy is do things me. The formatting is cringe. There you go. Yeah, because I used to go it through when it comes to these segments, and I decided moving forward I won't. So that's why sometimes there's a capital letter. So we'll have to fix this, and most likely I might add some more detail with it. The file access remain hostile to us. Can you command them to stop? You should not be capital anymore. See, look at that. See, I'm getting space. We're getting space. We're getting space, people. Choose them carefully. For my patience, where's Finn? Where's Finner by the second? By the seconds. By the moments? No. Seconds would be appropriate for that. If that is the case, you are moving up. Illuminate me. Long pause is italic. Italicize, oh yeah. Penance. That's one. No, just one. We're fine with that. That's understandable. The Pilax is remain hostile to us. Can you command them to stop? Foolish. They were never under my control. The prince took them. When we grab power. And he still has. Oh, here comes the weirdness with the Look, I'm pressing backspace. There's this weird thing sometimes that I don't know why Word would do that, where it refuses to backspace sometimes. It doesn't like things to look good, that's why. The prince took them when we grabbed power from his father. From his father. When we took the reins from his father. When we moved against. When we moved against his father, and he still has. Or maybe I should change it to two. You are tedious, little Esper. Is the prince still alive? Yes, free. And you bore me. Now leave me to wallow in my solitude. Be gone! There you go. I have altered just a bit of the dialogue. And it's supposed to be quick and snappy because I know Boros is not really in the mood to speak anyway, right? What else we can add here? I think this is sufficient enough. Because it's just the only things I can add is more clarification. Look at that. Dyslexic writing strikes again. For my patience. Good thing I double check. Where's Finner by the seconds? Are you doing Tenants 1, the 5 axes remain hostile to us. Can you command them to stop? Foolish, they were never under my control. The prince took them when, oh my god, dyslexic writing, when we moved against his father, and he still has reigns over them. Reign over them. 2. You are very tedious, little Esper. Is the prince still alive? Yes, 3. And you bore me. Now leave me to wallow in this solitude. Be gone! Yeah, I think that's better. Massive sensory stimuli recorded bombarding her shortly. Was recorded. Bombarding of a cursor whose consciousness later awoke in a different location. Her geodata. Geodata and logs were scrubbed. During scrub in files. Scrub of any relevant information. Somehow and also agent reported cannot seem to recall how she got there. Aside from fragments of memory. There you go. Clear that up. Nice, nice. Now for Horadses, we need to do that. There you go. I should fix that. But first, before we go to proofreading for Horadses, let's go ahead and check his favor system. His little entry. I try to make him as, or the favors to be not as boring. Because, to be honest with you guys, the favor system, the ranks are mostly stat buffs. Some of them will have unique bonuses and all that. But I tend to just make them the stat buffs because a lot of these will be related to a mission. A certain story beat or storyline to get to the next rank. So yeah, I much rather not overblow too much with the passives, because these are all passives with no consequence other than the points that you need to put into them. Alright? So I rather have them be simple and broad as possible, but some of them, especially the good ones, I'll limit them, okay? But either way, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're doing. And some of those quests or storylines would have their own rewards anyway, so this is just a side effect, because who knows, by the time you may have reached that quest, your reputation might actually be low. Who knows? It might work like that currently. So let's move to Horadses, the god of matter, industry, and the tangible. So, while Ainoboros is the unseen cogs of empire, his younger brother oversees the beating heart of its industry. He is the great conductor that makes all ideas into reality. Once he oversaw the massive factory cities of the old Astari Empire. So Astari and Astran, they're interchangeable. He mastered and perfected their mastery of biomechanics and mana conversion, turning its raw volatile energies into malleable and versatile shapes of hard light. Dwarves mainly worship him for his unbreakable drive. Unbreakable. Unbreakable. Okay, I need synonyms for that. I want to use a different word, something more factorial in its field, you know? Other words for unbreakable. Yeah, something more factorial. Indestructible, impervious, infragable, indomitable. Yeah, I kinda like that. Inexorable, adamant, implacable. Implacable is also a good one. Involatile, irreparable, sacrosanct. Sacrosanct is also one that's neat. Sacrosanct, drive to create. No, I think that would be good. Sacrosanct. Yeah, let's try that. Dwarves aiming worship it was a sacrosanct drive to create, to make, to fabricate. Yet his is a drive that is shared by all who build, fashion, and construct. Anyone who is a visionary can make the trek to his temples. Who is a visionary, make the trek to his temples, which are more like his brothers. Which, much like his brothers, are schools of many of the crafts that share their passions for invention and innovation. Though he is not seen since the reign of the tyrant, worshippers still claim to hear his voice urging them to create and inspiring them to push harder and never stop. After all, obsession is just perfection arranged differently. There you go. And he is, I think it's the first time I have someone with a unique perk. Actually, I'm thinking of doing that too with Ainoboros, but come on. 10% experience gain is already too much. This I want to change, actually. But, you know, that's fine. Yeah, I kind of want to change it the more I think about it. Not arcane, ethereal type. Yeah, let's go with that one. Ethereal. Wait, that's gonna count them too. No. No, not illuminates. Ether. No. No. No, what is the sphere of the ether types again? Shit, I forgot. I'm not, again, we're at a point that I'm looking at documents, man. What is the sphere that covers the magic creatures? Ethereal base. Arcane? I think it's arcane. Yeah, it is arcane. With arcane, so that's Nyx, essence, and ether. Okay. Alright, so at least that's broader. Oh yeah, that's what he does. He actually is quite unique. His favor. Chromophurge creatures, yep. No. Okay, we'll move to Perishingal after we're done proofreading his section. The The matter industry and the intangible. So yeah, this is one of the few gods I really like the design when I made them. Right, this is the first god I made. Let me think here. Yeah, actually, I think he's the first god I drew for this document. Because all the rest that came before, Yaldesh, Ainoboros, Lucerius, Lunanef, Aurelion, they already have their arts made. His was not. Actually, I just came up with him while I was doing Ainoboros' bit. Like, let's give him brother and sister. Yeah, that's how I came up with them. Alright? It was not really planned out. Just more of a spur of the moment. So yeah, I designed him, I think offline is when I made him. And like I said, this guy was designed or inspired by Nyarlathotep. And I really like the idea of him just constructing hard light fragments here and there, which can either be used for defense and offense, and it's quite interchangeable, so you can do a lot of different shapes, Lego pieces with them, which that's how I tend to treat my drawings anyway, right? With the way I move layers to every now and then to change how they look like, their form, right? Change their angle. The color scheme though reminds me of the Tau. If people who play Warhammer 40k, you know what I mean. He really does remind me of the Tau, which is kind of annoying because I don't like the Tau that much. Granted, I like their broadside battle suits. Those are cool. But the XB22s, I think? Battle suits, but that's about it. The only reason why I like these broadsides is... here you go. Here's the broadside design I like. These is because of the massive fuck-off cannons on it. Not like this. I kinda don't like this. I prefer the ones that are on its, it's an XB88 too. I think it's an XB22? XB22. Yeah, there you go. XB88, sorry, it's an XB88 broadside. XB88. There you go, these things. These are the models. I love using them in Dawn of War, right? I don't like fighting against them in Dawn of War because they one-shot everything. Every light infantry gets fucking one-shot, two-shotted with these fucking things. And they're quite tough. They have like 2,000 HP, which is not really hard to chip down. Game, chill out with the fucking Tau. But yes, this is the only battle suit I like because of the guns. The massive fuck-off guns. In fact, Volknarix is kind of like that. He has massive fuck-off guns on his shoulders too. Yes, this is the only Tau design that I really like. The rest, eh. 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 Yeah, he does have the Tau aesthetic. He does have the Tau feel, especially with the symbol on his chest. But it's not really a symbol, it's more of a hatch. Because he still has one little biological matter scurrying about or attached to all this. He is a tragic example of overcompensating because his siblings actually have the gene, or they have the ability to channel greater amounts of power because of their simulacra crowns. Ainoboros has two, Perishkigal has two, which I really like the way I placed it. It's rather creative and very girly. We'll get to her once we get to her, right? So yeah, he overcompensated and just completed himself into this massive machine, biological machine over here. Oh, that is his fate, and that is what has become of him. And I need to change this because this guy is too blurry. Like, what the fuck happened to that guy? I don't know. He's blurry McBlurryson. Why is he blurry? Why is he blurry McBlurryson? Someone change that. Oh, I know, because I got it from Yaldesh, and Yaldesh is massive. She is massive, damn. Chill out. Chill out a bit, girl. I think you're bigger than Kutlalix, actually. Let's grab someone from Losarius's size comparison, because this one is not pixelated yet. So let's grab old Sullen Boy here. And one more here. No, Mr. McBlurryson. You are too ugly. There you go. Less blurry. You! Rad sees is indeed a big one, isn't he? There you go. Actually, he's not that big, considering most of his bulk or his height came from the hard light things that he has here. So he's like half the actual size, so he's not that big, to be honest. But if you were a dwarf, yeah, of course he's big. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to his proofreading here. Creation is a labor of willing your imagination into existence. I think that's a good quote. It's simple, and it delivers the message across of what he is, essentially, right? Yeah, I think that's a good quote. I think we're good with that. Wait. No. Wait. Alright, so let's get to reading the proofing. The patron of all who wishes to embark upon the act of creation. He commanded the sprawling complexes of foundries, factories, and production centers of the Astari Empire. It was he who initially contacted the dwarven clans of the Crichton system, as it was he who negotiated contracts which largely still stand today. Now, I kind of want to change formatting here because it is ugly. It is ugly. See? A lot of wasted spaces, man. Wasted because I have to deal with moving shit around. So at least we can add more to his stuff. Which is always good of the Crichton system. It was he who negotiated contracts that largely still stands today. It was he who provided the resources and the land for them to establish their holds upon the... Sad. And this their holds upon the newly on what was then the newly colonized world of Ashen. They were tasked to build his grand projects, monuments to invention. I am using the word monument a lot. I need a good synonym for that. Other words for monument. Memorial, obelisk, cenotaph, anything in honor of someone, no megastructure. Ooh. Grand monoliths to build his megastructures. Yeah, let's go with that. Mega structures. To what? Ever grander. Monoliths. To the act of creation. There you go. Nice, nice. Act of creation. They were also offered after that, it's the very same plans were hired, contracted to maintain these works. These range from grand aqueducts to what's the word? No, I don't want to use the word sewage system. Roadways, transportation hubs. Transportation. Okay, looking for another more flowery word. For more flowery words for either transportation or roads. Let's see what we can get here. Ah. Thoroughfare, promenade, avenue, byways, conveyance. To transit. Hubs and ports. And ports. Even humbler public works like sewage and disposal. Okay. course, yeah, the god of agriculture will contract the god of building in order to build a grand aqueduct. So it's not really a overlapping. It's like Hradses is the employer of the dwarves, and the dwarves are hired to keep the infrastructure of the god of agriculture's aqueducts running. It's not really a big thing. Not really. Besides, again, the gods became that because they're just that damn powerful. What can you do? And I'll be right back. Give me a few moments. I need to fashion a drink. My throat is rather dry. Give me but a moment. I shall be back. Why am I still grounded? Because you're a collecting cat, that's why. Okay. Even the more humbler. Humbling works. Yeah, that's a bit redundant. These... Oh my god, proofreading, why proofread? It was he who provided the land, provided the resources and land for them to establish their holds upon what was then the recently colonized world of Ashen. They were tasked to build these megastructures and ever grander monoliths to the singular act of creation. Why is it or? Why is that or? Of creation. After that, the very same clans were contracted to maintain these works. These projects can be most of these projects are those commissioned by other deities and for they range? In scope, in style, and function. From grand aqueducts, transit hubs, and ports, and even the humbler public works like sewage and disposal. See? Nice. For this act, dwarves were ever grateful as well. Yeah, this. For this. Yeah, it seems like they thank you for giving us a job, I guess, but it's not entirely it. For this act, might have saved dwarves from extinction. Okay. As their home system was among the first to fall before the void worm cataclysm that ended the at the end of the age of the immortal one. Since then, with the throttling, yeah, with coupled with the in-access locking, closure, and throttling of the mana gates. A bit redundant, yeah. They turn to him as their patron and guardian. For this act might have saved the dwarves from extinction, as their home system was among the first to fall before the void form cataclysm at the end of the age of the immortal one. Since this also, coupled with the closure and throttling of the mana gates, they turned to him as their patron and guardian. In the annals of history, he is often described as a conductor, as a great fancy word for saying yellow. Yellow as in the color. The couloir. Saffron? I think saffron. I thought saffron was like violet, but I guess it's also yellow, whatever. I don't trust you, AI. Saffron. Yeah, saffron is not yellow. What the fuck are you talking about, AI? You're an idiot. Yeah, it's more like a violet thing. Fuck you, AI. You're an idiot. Gilded conductor looming over of his sights. No, it's gonna continue moving because we are making additions here. Moving over his sites and monuments. He's never seen without coordinating. He is always seen. Wait, was it the original? He is never seen without. That's an odd way to say that. He is always been known in coordinating, monitoring, or adjusting every little thing about his current thing to whatever he sets his divine sights on. There you go. Very nice. Very nice. We're doing a little Borat there. We're doing the Borat. It's me, Mario. While devotees call him spirited and overeager, his very few critics. And here we go again, see that? Backspace, nothing's happening. For some reason, the idiot that programmed Word has a mind of its own and said no. No, that's permanent. You can't change that. No, what are you doing? You're ruining your... Fuck off. It's doing it again, see that? I don't know why Word does that. Why Word has that amazing setup or idea that is actually a good idea. Let's not allow him to move up, even though he tells us to do a backspace. Yes, it will secure the page format. Even though he's already telling you not to do it. To move it. Brain dead. Whatever stupid logic they have for it, it's brain dead. All his devotees call him spirited and overeager. This is too negative. I need to change that. Words to positively describe someone who is obsessive over his work. Hyper-focused, no. Single-minded, no. Relentless, no. Meticulous, that's the word. Meticulous. That's the word. That's the word, I like it. That's the word, I like it. That's the way I like it. Look at this. So while his very few critics labeled him as controlling, neurotic, and most damningly of all, insecure. Regardless of the perspective, one truth is for certain. He has a drive for creation that knows no bounds. a drive or creation that knows no bounds. While most of his skin push the limits of biological and arcane modifications, merely dipping their claws into biomechanics, or Radseas has fully embraced it. It's a bit redundant. It is hailed. It is said it is often theorized that his current form is a shrine to a study of biomechanical mastery. So many changes, damn, mastery. 4. He completely replaced and encased his all his biology in the shell. Yet even this form is rarely seen, as most of the time he is hidden in an ever-changing cocoon of hard-like plating. Experts theorize this obsession stems from his inability to ascend a crown simulacra like his 2 other siblings. Yet worshippers say I didn't say where. Okay. Worshippers say that this is nothing but speculation. Worshippers claim his drive, his ability to self-improve is a testament to the boundless limits of imagination. There you go. Nice. Okay, so I have fixed the formatting and also expanded his lore heavily. And I like that. That is the idea why I'm doing these things. Yes, all because the reason why I'm having a problem with the spacing there, weird spacing, is because I used to put these to through. That's how I set them up. So what happened is, whenever I get to a point, it goes over the picture. So I press space, and for some reason Word would actually make a large or create another space, like it's another paragraph, and that's why we're wasting a lot of space. So I realized that I can just go ahead and make this picture, the wrap text, to be tight, and that should fix it. For the other entries, it's like that. That's why I was able to make them longer. And actually, ironically, even with that knowledge, some of the lore entries have become too long or consume too much space that I still need to either adjust the picture, make it smaller, or just move it to the other page. Which is interesting, actually, as I go through my my work here. I can see the evolution of the way I do the lore. Now it's becoming more consistent. The drawings, though, we still have one that's overly detailed. With one overly detailed drawing of Aurelion. right here. Where's that overly? I need to see that overly detailed drawing of Aurelion again. Like that. It just stands out, man. It just stands out. Okay, so that's Horadsi's done, and we're just here. Not even halfway through. Next is we're gonna go to his sister. Oh no, we still have one more. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have here. This is where he is. What he is currently. A power source. Well, he's being fed mana, and in turn he's giving resources to whomever company has him. He's the Yellow Crown, if you will. Okay, so let us continue. Look, a starry script. Don't cross the red line, people, or you'll get vaporized. There's a little cute short story here I made, so let's go ahead and get cracking. Wait, let me just check something real quick. Just give me a moment. Okay, we're back. Alright, so let's get a Kraken. A Kraken. No, not that type of Kraken! No, I'm not referring to the crackening cracking. No, not that. You gross motherfucker. Why are you so gross? Why are you such a degenerate freak? Always assuming that it's that type of cracking. No! Silent dog. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Dude, I totally forgot about that bit. I got carried away. Now give me a moment. Forgot to promote my shit. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Give me a moment. There you go. Give me but a moment. Oh, hey, now where am I? Where am I? Oh, yeah. I remember now. I remember now. There you go. Why are you such a forgetful little bastard? I don't even know. I just do things. I'm so horrible at self-promotion. I have another thing. Okay. They say Lady Lunanes is the only one that of the ancients still actively looking for us mere mortals. Behold, brothers and sisters! Collection of gas and shocked reactions. The yellow-crowned cocoon cradle of the great god who red seas. He is not in a text wrap that's tight. Look at the massive space gap here. See, look at that. Oh my god, yeah. Oh, that gives me room to do some modifications. No, alter this. The dialogue needs to be italic. There you go. Oh, look at that. I'm getting more space. I love it. We are getting more space. More espacio, if you will. Nice. Alright. Elizabeth is the only one of the ancients still actively looking out for his mere mortal. Looking out. Looking out. For us mere mortals. Behold, my brothers and sisters, the yellow crown, the cocoon cradle, the great god Horad sees. He is why we remain on top. It is why those blusterfields, goldcaps, greenbeards, and magma geezers, any one of them, every one of them, claw and seed for generations. This is why. Claw is not the word I would go for. Stew? Fester? Words for someone who is openly frustrated and jealous and hellos. I'll get a spelling. Bitter, yeah, churlish, petulant. Aggrieved, grudging. Ooh, grudging would be a good one. Envious would be a good one. Every one of them. Thriving with envy. Thriving with envy. What's the other one? What's the other word that I liked? See, that's how I'm remembering this. Petulant. Des. Riding with envy and seed for generations. Jealous and covetous, they seek his favor to be his stewards. They would, and not for the lack of trying, too. And not for the lack of trying, too. They are willing. They had and made a fool of themselves. Performing all manners of subversions just to get a glimpse of the crown. Yet he remains with us. I was expecting... Oh, there you go. There you go. Alright. Why are you on italics? I did not tell you to be on italics. I did not tell you to put that into italics. The crowd. I have an idea. I have an idea. Give me a moment. Actually, I'll be right back. My bladder reminded me again that I need to pee. Give me a moment, people. I shall be back. Apologies for that. And I'm back. Alright. The crowd. Reacts. In excited agreement. Acknowledgement. Acknowledgement. There you go. And you, my lady. There you go. Oh, the boy is in security. Oh, good old. What? I said that to be italic. You know, when I'm typing it to, expecting it to be italic, Word was like, no. Word! What? Why are you making me cringe? our stalwart lads. In both R&D and security and SecCorp. Are doing a banged up job making sure they all fumble and fail. And that's why. And 4. That is why. That is why he remains with us to this day, because we are the best. We, and they only think they are. Come on, Spence can't even keep his kids in check. Laughter from the crowd. Now, as to why you're here, you're here, I am sure the gossip already got to you. Some high-level conspiracy. Well, executive level. Level conspiracy. That we all drink and bathe in the blood of virgins. Well, as your first day as executives of our new Ratel Development Division, you are granted a perk. This perk to not only bask in the light of his luminous glow, you are also granted 30 minutes to converse with our great patron, we'll get to that later. Yeah, that's a good one. We will get to that later. Well, for now, as for your first day as executives of our new Cartel Development Division, you are granted this perk to not only bask in the light of its luminous glow, you are also granted 13 minutes to converse with our great patron. So, you all better have brought your best ideas, your most innovative, your most inspired, your ASA material. Wow, Horad sees, and trust me, we will know if he likes your idea. So, go on. Go on, and good luck to everyone. And good fuck off. And good luck to everyone. Ay. Good luck, everyone. And oh, by the way, remember to stay away from the red circle. Last thing we want is to have the boys in Eagle make another false incident report, yeah? Again, good luck, and remember, and red circle, ta-ta. Speech from Hierarch and CEO of the Noble Power Corporation, Hilda Elena Hustang. Nice. There you go. There you go. Stalwart. Making a banged up job. I'm sure they all fumble and fail. They are also, not to mention, the lads here, the lads and ladies, here in secret floor. Making sure keep His Eminence fed. In turn, he gives us all the raw resources we need to continue push our company's inevitable rise. Success. Continued success. Alright. All Starward lads in both R&D and SecCorps are making a banged up job, making sure they all fumble and fail, not to mention the lads and ladies here in the secret floor, keeping His Eminence fed. He gives us all the raw materials and energy. So we can continue push for our company's continued success. That is why he remains with us to this day, because we are the best. Those other companies, those other ones only think they are. I mean, come on. This man can even keep his kids in check. Yeah. yeah, you. Sure, Hildra. Sure you do. Now, as to why you're here, I'm sure the gossip has already... Dyslexic writing, oh my god, has already caught up with you. But some sort of executive level conspiracy going on. But you, well, the plebs are not privy to. We all drink and bathe in the blood of virgins. Yeah, we'll get to that later. But for now... Chuckles. But for now, since we're first day as executives of our new Fragile Development Division, you are granted this spark to not only bask in the light of his luminous glow, but also granted 30 minutes to converse with our great patron. So you better have brought your best ideas, your most innovative, your most inspired, your A material Wow, Horad sees. And trust me, we will know if he likes your idea, so go on, good luck, everyone. So good luck, everyone. And oh, by the way, remember to stay away from the red circle. Last thing you want is have the boys in legal make another false incident report, yeah? Again, good luck. And red circle. Ta-ta. Nice. Now let's reduce the cradle a bit. There you go. Aha! Expanded that quite a bit, actually. And I love it. Oh, fuck! Okay. Banged up job making sure they all fumble and fail. Not to mention the lads and ladies here. It's the secret floor. Even then we spend all the mana we can provide, and in turn you give them the raw materials and energy and power, so we can continue to push our company's continued success. Well, he remains with us to this day because we are the best. As to why you're here, I'm sure the gods have already caught up to you. The executive level conspiracy that the feds are not privy to. We're all drink and bathe in the blood of virgins. Well, I'll get to that later. But for now, as for your first day as executives of the Protel Development Division, you are granted this perk to not only bask in the light of his luminous glow, but you are all granted 30 minutes to converse with our great patron. So you all better have brought your best ideas, your innovative, most inspired, your ASA material. Wow, Horad sees. It should be capitalized. Trust me, we will know if he likes your idea. So go on. Good luck, everyone. And oh, by the way, remember to stay away from the red circle. The last thing we want is have the boys in legal make another false incident report, yeah? Again, good luck. And red circle. Ta-ta! Speech from Hierarch and CEO of the Nova Power Corporation, Hilda Elena Hustang. Yes, she is in Hierarch. She's the universe's equivalent to a gym leader. So you'll get to fight her too. So that, dude, I am so happy that I was able to, that I'm doing a proofreading exercise right now, because I am expanding some of the lore, which I really do like. Yes, the expanding of the lore, it helps out a lot. It's quite a long speech too. Recorded by her and presented to the council during the Investigation during the census of the divine. In session. $865 dash A B no H G of year 1046. There you go. I love it. I love it when the world gets builded. The building of the world. Yeah, this was very, very thin. Now it has expanded. Even the Inoboro section, I added a couple of bits too with this one. Here, I added a couple of bits too. So, yeah, I love it. I love it! Okay, so let us continue. Inspire your ASA. So go on, good luck everyone, and oh, by the way, remember to stay away from the red circle. The last thing we want is have the boys and Eagle make another fault. This is among the most entertaining I've made in terms of short stories. Right? Turning a god into a little power source and a tool for corporate competition. I like that. And also, a lot of the major companies in this universe are dwarven controlled because that was the deal with them. But the hierarch, Hildra is actually human, so that's another layer for her. Again, you can tell it with the names. You can tell it with some of the names. This is a very human name. The dwarves tend to have two names, the clan and their first name. Because if you were to marry into a clan, you have to basically throw away your old clan name, so you'll use that surname. So that's how dwarves are naming conventions work in this universe. Elven naming conventions are basically they would combine their names, like Sunseeker marries a leaf dancer, so the husband, or rather the first part of the name of the male will be taken, and the second part will be the girl, the female, the wife, whatever. So that's how it's gonna be. It's gonna be now the name Gadden Dancer. So that's how elven naming conventions work, and that's why it's a nightmare to trace their genealogy if you're just gonna follow surnames. Because come on, elves live forever. So there are times where basically you're gonna marry or you're gonna have relations with probably your great-great-grandmother, because they don't really age as they don't really age out like other races do. So that's why they do that with their family ties. So basically the elves treat every coupling as a new family, as a new line, a new tree to grow and spread. And dragon name or osprey names tend to be the longest because of their pride, of their ego. Like, they would proclaim every last clan or family member that Ophrix had. So incredibly long. You would encounter like Glambius, Gleamclaw, Dragonbane, da 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 da. Something like that. Very long, opulent names for Ophrix. Humans, basic human names. As for the Lobos names are like they have two names. I've taken the inspiration from Mass Effect with the other jellyfish species. They have they would have personal names and names that describe their profession, their public names. So, for example, if the Lobos is a researcher, he would have a public name like he who delves records or she who makes archives, something like that. And their family name will only be given to personal friends or something like that. And most of the time, their family names are impronounceable anyway because it's in their language. And what they expect a language of a bioluminescent jellyfish species is gonna be: flash 1, 2, 3 at this frequency and this luminosity. That's his name, pronounced in their language. How can you even translate that, right? So yeah, changelings, because of their manner of changing all the while, and it takes special instruments to identify a changeling, even though they cannot really take full change forms. There is a law that they should always have the being known as a prefix for their names. So if you encounter anyone in the setting with that in their name, it's a changeling. Regardless of somehow that changeling was able to retain a full transformation or just keep or just be the sludge form that they are, most of them are currently. Yeah, so if they have names like that, the being known currently as, or the being known as something something something. So yeah, solid names tend to have a lot of apostrophes and they sound like bird chirping. Like something like that. That's my idea. There's a lot of I's in their names and a lot of apostrophes, yeah, the ones that are on top when you do the possessive for words, for nouns. As for espers, it's kind of a mix with solid names and esper names. Espers would also have that, but they're more harsh. Like for example, this one, see? Mali Ariksa, something like that. So it's not not chirpy. There's a certain stiffness to their words and their languages and their naming conventions. Or sometimes they would just go ahead and grab just a word. Like I think I have another doc here in the favorites. So here's a solid name right here, Chikmak. Like that. So yeah, they would also use this. Where esper names are just like that. Oh yeah, it's the same with Astari names. Astari names have more Middle Eastern, European sort of names, Roman, right, and Middle Eastern, Sumerian, Arabic, Egyptian styles in their names, and dragons will always have the YX. Pure-blooded dragons, will always have the YX in their names. So yeah, I tend to do that. At least it creates some sort of identity with the races, right? It sort of also creates questions like, why does this elf have a human name then? Because she's an orphan. She was raised by humans. That's why she was given a human name. And I'll be back. Believe it or not, I onomatopoeia of that. It's you're closing your shop. Okay. And now, let's get to Perish Kilgal. The goddess of death, emotions, and birth. A friend of mine described her as the goddess of women. Well, death is a woman in this universe. Now let's get to reading the proof. So I already made her favor here. So I think, yeah, Eber Sage is here. And I was in the process of making italics when I ended what I was doing and just went on to go to the stream. So Horad sees, we're done with them. Let's go with Perish Kigal. The youngest. The goddess of death, emotions, and birth. She is the youngest of the divine siblings, Zainoboros and Horad sees. Many see Perish Kigal as the avatar of bloody purgation, as she gained this reputation rightfully so. For she was responsible for the most for the most mortal deaths during the Great Schism, the civil war brought by the betrayer that broke the Auric dynasty. Yet many also forget, where gods like Farfnix lost and regained new domains, she always carried birth and emotion. For life is a cycle, and death is but a reality even the gods must face. Her worshippers see her as the great equalizer, for no one escapes this inevitability. She is also the martial stewardess which heralds and shields the fragile new life that emerges from the strongest of emotions, love. Yet she is not the possessive kind like of Lunanet. She is not the possessive kind of Lunanet, or the shifting fancies of Agatratis. For she represents all spectrums of raw, unfettered feeling. Her temples are a mix of martial dojos, hospitals, and pleasure centers. This utilitarian mix is why, to this day, she attracts a wide cast of worshippers, soldiers, fighters, doctors, courtesans, parents, young parents. No. Just parents. That's it. And parents. All are welcome in the shadow of her arch. Yep, and she's a very offensive god too. Her bonuses rely on power and strength. So people who love to maximize strength for carry capacity in strength checks, go right ahead. Knock yourself out. Power for raw damage, yeah. Now, where were we? Now, let's get to her lore bits. Yep, she is based on Erish Kilgal, or Erish Kigal, the Sumerian goddess of the underworld. As you can see, made my own mix with her. She was supposed to be the goddess of entropy as well, but I changed it because it's a bit too on the nose. It's a bit too much, too predictable. I don't know. I kind of want to put a little twist, so that's why she has the owl thing. Well, to be fair, her two unborn children, which is to this day are still embryos, Nina and Urbara, is basically owl and wolf in ancient Sumerian. So there's an owl eye there and a wolf eye. And well, guess where her simulacra crown is? Yeah, there you go. To be honest with you, when I made her, I know I should put a simulacra crown because she does have two. Like I said, in lore, Horad sees is the only one who doesn't have one for the three siblings. But I forgot. I totally forgot about the earrings. I mean the simulacra crown. It was like, oh shit, where am I gonna put it now? Then I realized, oh wait, never mind. She's a girl. Let's turn them into earrings. And there you go. I kinda like the idea of her wearing her simulacra crown as like earrings. But they would do move every now and then, depending on how angry she gets. We'll see that later once we get to Eber Sage's lore page. But yeah, but basically that's the default. That's where they sit, normally. when she's resting, and I kind of like that. I kind of like the idea. And yes, these are arms. She's holding her 2 sons, or her 2 children. The boy and a girl and a boy. And this is how Astari actually incubate or get preggy. They technically do have eggs, but their eggs are like that, floating in a biomechanical cradle while the embryo matures and develops within, the mother constantly feeding and protecting it with mana and everything. That's how they get preggo. And that's how, at least, although this is all a bit too risky as well, bringing your children exposed like that in a battlefield, but she is the goddess of death. And she's so paranoid she never is seen not without her children. And she is the reason why she hasn't given birth to them. That is the reason why. And I will not disclose it for now. Maybe I'll put some hints. Actually, I did put a hint. Maybe I'll add more hints. Maybe. We'll get to that once I reread or proofread her shit. I don't know. You know. Might change my mind or something. So yes, a friend of mine actually described her as being Midra. It was like, Midra from Elden Ring? I do see what he means with that. The yellow bits. Right, the yellow bits. There is a Midra-esque sort of feeling with that, and with the arch over here. Yeah, I can see that, sure. If you want. If you want, yeah. I can force Midra into her. She does actually have a very low HP pool because she is designed to just rush you down. When did I do that? Fuck off. Okay, punishing outside view without her biomechanical enhancements. However, she is never not seen without her 2 children. Yep. Alternate mode, the arch infinity dubbed as the material blades. Yeah, she has a little Dark Soul mode too. And I changed her legs to be much more warrior-like, so she would match the actual art of her. Because Ereshkigal is actually lower half bird lady, and that's the inspiration why she has the embryos. Because she has this little symbol that she holds in her art, in her little statue that I saw, in her numerous depictions that survive to this day. She has this thing, this instrument that she holds. I don't know what it means, so I just turned them into embryos and have them float on each side. Well, not really float. She's holding them, kind of. So yes, she is the trope of a pregnant woman charging into battle every time, okay? Well, at least her kids help out in the fight, because one of her unique moves is actually you choose which one of the kids would attack. See? And they would have different effects. What is their effects anyway? Chilled in Mana Drain for Nina. And for, it's gonna be Rupture. What's more damage? Only the 20. Oh, wow, that's a lot of Rupture. Well, let's go ahead and see what can change with her. The goddess of death, emotions, and birth. Death is the most is the attribute most heavily associated with her. For she has personally snuffed out the lives of entire nations. Her arch pierced the hearts of those she deemed unworthy, while her blades butchered droves foolish enough to stand before her merciless culling. Impure, actually, is the word I would go for now. impure. Impure! You impudent swine! While her blades butchered robes of those foolish enough to stand before her merciless coming. Aye. Alongside her husband, Eversage, they manage... God damn it. Fucking damn it. Manage every envoy, leader, and provocateur one way or another. Their influence was absolute. They established contact, forged contracts, and prevented outright conflict infinitely more times than the dynasty itself has actually engaged in. However, diplomacy can only take an empire so far. It's where her more practical implements do their work, while her husband utilized guile and subterfuge to smooth over these complications. Need to correct that name. That's not her name anymore. Yeah, she had a different name back then. Like, basically the name the god is just with an L. Had to change it to a more wordplay name, like Preshkil Gal, Karashkigal. The third, a direct approach, reveling in the foolishness of those who fail to see the privilege of the Empire's mercy. Of being in the Empire's, I think it's fine if we keep it like that. This fury, though, has been turned inwards. Has been tragically turned inwards. For during the Great Schism, while the rest of the gods were locked in mortal combat with each other, their armies upon armies of loyalists clash. Their armies upon armies of loyalists clash in the fields of battle. All the while, Voldform still gnaws at the planet's defenses. Karashkigal decimated the entire population centers of Astari, sparing no one. Any survivors? Sparing no one. And any survivors could attribute their luck only to chance. Many experts conclude from sparse recordings and reports that those tumultuous times, their actions were fueled by a brutal calculus. A desperate bid to spare her victims from the horrors of the apocalypse and the chaos of the Great Schism. Though this is unproven, and entirely speculative. Some even state that she was among the gods fooled or convinced by Ainoboros's manipulations. Whatever the truth may be, it lies entirely with her. Yet, modern contact with... Oh, still haven't updated the name here. See, that's why we proofread. Karashkigal remains among the most elusive and almost always ends in hostility. Nice. Ah! Yeah, going. See, you can see now what with the later entries, it's much more easier to format and move things around. The text is not too scrunched and too what's the word? Weirdly arrayed, right? There's a little bit of organization, a little bit of order going on now. And I added in so little with this one because it's kind of fleshed out as opposed to the previous ones, right? Besides, I kind of leave a little bit of mystery there as to why she did what she did. We might know about it if you can find her and ask her directly. Hey. Oh, this is the first time I use Homerus. Recovered from a surveillance camera inside a private shelter deep within the woodlands of Neveria. Interview conducted 1 week after the incident by Detective Homerus. Dated 11/1/1048. Good day, ma'am, sir, and baby. I'll not take too much of your time, just a couple of inane, simple questions. The couple agrees. Oh, I know what's going on here. You can clearly see what's going on here. Yep. Picture a bit, move stuff around. There you go. You can clearly tell this has been limited by the tism. That is the bullshit. Okay. Move to back. Now my main problem with these big pictures like these, the same problem I had with Aurelion's page, is that it's so hard to edit. I swear to me, it's so hard to edit. See, look at that. I can add more to the interview now. Nice. Inane and simple questions. Bring the stage interview. Detective Homerus. So, it has never happened again since the missus gave birth? Aye, sir. The little one in... Since the little one, in fact, even the rowdy pack of caney raptors have seemed to have scurried off. Made lumberjack and mighty easy. Look at all that wasted space. Look at all that wasted space. Look at them. Look at that wasted space. I see. And aside from the cam, nothing. Oh, fuck off. What that picture can. You stay where you are, bitch. Stay. Stay. Stop moving. I see. And aside from the cam, nothing or no one was harmed. Sir, please, she meant there's no harm. I am sure of it. Why is that? A mother knows. Okay. So, I have a decent enough amount of space here to add and expand this. So, let's get to cracking to that now, shall we? Let's get that cracking. Good time, just a couple of inane and simple questions. The heavy thud of a bottle. today. Sir. And baby. Oh, can't be heard. Dyslexic writing. Not take too much. I think it's fine. We're talking to homers here. There's a couple of inane, simple questions. And a couple of agrees, and this excerpt skips the preliminary stage of the interview. Okay, I can add something there in between. Homers. Okay. And the camera. And the cam was just set up. A week after you start. A few days ago. 4 bits. Am I right? Husband. Husband. Aye, sir. We be living out here in the woods with Harry, a neighbor. We have gotten used to the scurrying at the outside. Scurrying noises of the outside. At first, we didn't even mind. But as the missus here got closer and closer, dyslexic writing, closer to giving birth. Well, the feeling, it's like, it was like a heavy, sad, and ominous air around the house. I need to correct the spelling of ominous. Fuck off. Get out of here, Perishki gun. I'll get back here. So I opted. I went on down and got me a cow. Watch outside. See what is actually going on. What's causing that? What may be lurking? What may be lurking? Ah, it's so hard to edit when a blasted picture gets in the way. Like that. And all it wants is a stupid comma. I hate you! Punctuation marks. At first, I thought it'd be those cane raptors, since they are white, the ravenous pack. A ravenous horde. Never expected a goddess. To be the one scalping. No. To be the cause. To be the one. Yeah, let's go with that. Being quite right. Smash that cam. So this never happened again since. So this all stopped. So you never saw her again. Since what? Did this give birth? Aye, sir. Since the little one. In fact, even a rowdy pack of cane raptors and she was scurried off. Lumberjacking mighty easy. I see. And aside from nothing, no one was harmed. Yeah, let's put that in so the wife interrupts. Sir, please, she meant us no harm. I'm sure of it. Why is that? Yeah, I kind of like this one. I like this one. I like this edition. Nice, sir. Living out in the woods and nary neighbors. Any neighbors. Nary a neighbor. We have gotten used to the scurrying noises of the outside at first, but we didn't even mind. But as the missus got closer and closer to giving birth, well, the feeling was like heavy, sad, and ominous air around the house. So I went down, and got me a cam to see what's maybe lurking outside. These parts of the woods. I know. Wow, some nasty creatures. First, I thought it could be those caney raptors, since they are quite a ravenous horde. Never expected a goddess to be the one. Gave me quite a fright when she smashed that cam. So you never saw her again after. Since what? The Mrs. Keeper? Aye, sir. Since a little one. In fact, even a rowdy pack of cane wrappers have seen them scurried off. A lumberjack and mighty easy. I see, inside of the camp, nothing or no one was harmed. No, sir. She meant there's no harm, I'm sure of it. Nice. I really like that. I really like this addition here, right here, this blurb. It gives more context as to what happened, right? See, this is why we're doing the proofreading. It's both cleaning up and expansion at the same time. Imagine here in the woods, wife's about to give birth. And little do you know that the goddess of death is actually lurking in your house. Well, fortunately for them in this universe, the goddess of death is also the goddess of birth. So she was actually watching over them. Or maybe something else. Doom, doom, doom. I'll leave that up to you. Recorded archive of Fetish Veil Purge. Image and partial audio recordings, and I must fix you to be. Putangina. Audio recording recovered from the Genesis crater in Nevernia. Audio log start. Background noise, blaring proximity sirens, chaotic energy alerts, and panic voices. A low resonant hum slowly overpowers all other audio channels. Analysis later confirms the Arch of Infinity is charging tremendous amounts of mana. Unknown voice. Why? What have we done? We are your children. The great enemy is not here. The nobles battles are leagues away from us. We are peaceful. We have chosen no side. Why, Great Mother, why? You are all impure. Recording cuts suddenly. Historical note, this location has now been confirmed to be the ancient Astari city of Perish Vale, entirely vaporized during the Great Schism. Population estimated at the time to be... Okay, I need some math here just to put in perspective. Current population of the world's largest cities. A little bit of I don't want to go all Warhammer 40k and just come up with massive numbers, you know. Be a bit realistic. Just a smidge. Just a tad. Just a little bit. Hangzhou, China. These are million, right? About 73 million. Aye. Population to be around 55. Yeah, okay, that's 55 million. Numerous other sites have later been found. With the same scarring and cratering as this one. They are mostly located in... I need my map. I need me world map. What is that? Pating. There is a pating, a sound, a message.
It's me.
Oh, okay. Okay. So here is Niveria, if I recall correctly. Yep, that's Niveria. So Niveria, what's 16? I think it's the Valley of Miracles. Okay, the Valley of Miracles, Lighthold, between the Valley of between Niveria, the Valley of Miracles, and Gadrina. In Niveria, the Valley of Miracles. And Gadrina. All of which are known and be centers of Ereshkigal and her husband. Ember Sage. He's like that too yesterday. When you opened the cage, he never got out like for hours for some reason. Yeah, 4 hours, not 4 hours. FOR. So I don't know. I think he did not realize his cage is open. Or maybe he don't want to get out like that. Mommy, don't. Yeah, don't pick me up. Cut! 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 Agtakat. Hindi, agtakat. Hindi, agtakat. Dog. Alright, we're back. Now, we're going to talk about Ember Sage. I'm going to go to our favor system so I can start going ahead and... Yeah, I already made his thingies, so we're just going to do a quick proofread. While I munch on this. Actually, no, it's a bit rude. I'll be right back. Is Dark Viper AU a virgin? No, he is not. Why are so many people googling that? And I'm back. Yeah, just had to do a quick snack, and a little talkie with the wife. I had to talkie with the wife in our own language, so you non-Filipino people out there won't have your ears burned, right? So now we're back. We're continuing. Yeah, we're continuing. I already got this done, so we'll be doing. After that, I'll be reviewing his lore. I think Eversage does not have too much in terms of his lore entry, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, so we have Eversage, God of Deceit, Trade, and Dyslex. Even when I read my own stuff, sorry, I'm getting annoyed with this. I'm gonna be doing lore readings and lore videos with this with this project. Alright, with this shit. And I can already see myself doing multiple recordings or cutting my audio because I am mispronouncing and doing all sorts of weird shit with my dyslexia. It is one of the most frustrating things to deal with. Alright, so let's continue. Eversage, the god of deceit, peace, and trade. The god of diplomats, spies, and entrepreneurs. They are among those who call the Fey Monarch as their divine patron. They are among those who call the Fey Monarch as their divine patron. A vast majority of which are the ever-shifting changelings. As they value his or of the ever the shift or to use shifting. Okay, okay. I need words. Words for always changing. Give me words. Give me words, Mythosaurus. Dynamic, no. Fluid, mercurial. Oh, mercurial is a good one. Prothean, volatile, capricious. Kaleidoscopic is a better one. His kaleidoscopic outlook in life. Kaleidoscopic. Nature. For nothing is permanent. All shift. For nothing is permanent, and all changes and morphs into whatever one desires. He is the opposite of his wife Panish Kimga. where she shows the reality of existence. Evershades blinds you with colorful distractions and clever subversions, where she is the raw, unfettered expression. He only shows what can sway you into his into his whims. Where she celebrates the creation of new life, he rebels in the establishment of new connections. He is the master of diplomacy and negotiation, subterfuge and redirection. Bartering and scamming. No. Other words for other more positive sounding words for scamming. Something where you trick someone into buying or selling something, where you game, finagling, bamboozling, hustling, no, outmaneuvering, arbitrage. Arbitrage. Barter and art. Arbitrage. There you go. Arbitrage. Ah, there you go. He held the Yorick dynasty together with his unfathomable gaze. This is why he is worshipped even as he disappeared since the time of the schism. Ever since he disappeared. Even as he disappeared during the schism, his temples remain alive with disciples and masters who trying to outplay each other. Learning the arts and aspiring to at least have a touch a modicum of touch. Of their patron's aptitude. Orejos, they even host some of their city's finest marketplaces, trade hubs and true hubs of mercantile prowess and proficiency. Many of Ashen's greatest merchants, diplomats, guild masters, and rulers first honed their craft within the holds of his temples. There you go. He's very unique in terms of his bonuses. A lot of them have practical use. And I'm going to turn off the light because the wife is going on sound. Later. So late. Doggy. Okay, so let's go ahead and get to doing this. Oh, wrong doc. This document right here. Okay. So let's get to that. Ever Sage, the god of peace and deceit, peace, and trade. Fractured one, he who is burned, the patron of the changelings, I am dead. Well, oh my god, no! Formatting! Rise, Ever Sage, rise! There you go. Okay, formatting is saved. Formatting is saved. I can breathe lightly now. So this is how you're going to encounter. I really like the idea of Ever Sage in the way in terms of mechanics in game. This is how you're going to meet him first. This is how he looks like. As you can see later with his stat screen, he is not an Illuminate type, which all gods, well, some of the gods, like Draconic gods, are Mythic type, but they will get access to being Mythic or Illuminate types, but he is not, because he is technically dead. By all intents and purposes, what you're seeing here is just a fading corpse with some consciousness clinging on to existence, okay? He's shattered, fragmented into pieces, so that's why he looks like that. As you can see, that this thing is the only thing organic still clinging on to life, and it's attached to his shattered head right here, and a fading body right here. And these are the pieces themselves. Think of it like his personality and his essence stored into one of these biomechanical constructs. So when you find him, he will have free, and basically his campaign, or his campaign to get his max 8 favor is to rebuild him, to gather all the other remaining pieces of him, so he can finally be completed, right? But of course, this is how he performs in battle too, because in battle he starts with 3 pieces of himself, and you have to pay mana in order to power up, or rather pay your increases MD in order to power him up to activate the other pieces of himself. Then he will get a new passive called I Am Complete, which he will act. This is actually his god form. This is how he actually look like, at least. Well, it's not going all full overboard, but yeah, this is him completed with all, I think 10. How many? 10 pieces, okay, with all 10 pieces of himself, all active. So yeah, that is very fun. He's very unique in terms of how I'm gonna structure his campaign, his whole story to complete the God of Deceit. And he's quite fun to write. He's crazy. He has broken, as you can see with the little quote here, right? I am dead. He's literally just dead. It's crazy. He has lost all sense. But did he though? Or is he just subverting you? Who knows? Who knows? Because Ever Sage, we'll get to that later. And he is the god of the sea right here. I really like this idea. The other pieces of himself carrying him. Yeah, for some reason I really like Ever Sage's design. It's so vibrant and so full of, well, pretentious meaning. So let's go ahead and get to his thingy. So here we go. We are now proofreading his lore, and this is his backside. Yes, his wings do open up. His wings do open up. They're closed here, but when they open up, they look like this. And in the front, actually, it's more angelic because there's a lot of false eyes on the front of the wing, lining it up. We'll see a glimpse of it later here. See, there's a couple. But yes, that is him. And let's go ahead and get to the part where I read out his lore. The lore of Ever Sage goes as follows. How does one subvert the expected? Deceive the paranoid? Simple. You do nothing. Let them stumble, expecting knives everywhere. Let it devour them from the inside out. That is one of my favorite quotes in the setting, actually. Second one will be Bellatrix. Hello, Denisium! Welcome, welcome! Hello, hello! And yes, welcome to my proofreading section, where I am reading out and backtracking some of the lore I've written. And yeah, I've been actually editing some and changing some. I've edited out and expanded a lot with some of the other entries. And I hope you're doing well, because I am in a very creative mood right now. See? Expanded a lot. This was very, very thin. And this one too, very, very thin when I first wrote it, and when I got back to it, got that. And I am also doing the favor system now. Look, here it is. The favor system is ready. It's being worked on, so very good. This is it gives you a crash course as to what the god is and why you should worship it, and why they are still being worshipped to this day, right? Even the god, the betrayer, has a reason why he is still being worshipped today by some people, right? Even presumably dead and missing gods still are being worshipped. So yeah, then you have the rankings, what you get for each favor rank. And yeah, by 8 you can get to challenge them, and you get a unique perk. So here are the things you can get as you progress through their tree. And yes, thank you. I know, I found it that, well, I like it that people find it cool. There you go. My I don't speak English first curse is working with that reaction. Let me just rephrase that. I appreciate you finding it cool. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, moving up here. Yesterday, I don't know if you saw it, but you were speaking about shadows the other day, and I lost my mind and expanded Aurelion's art. As you can see, there's a hyperlinks now, so we can do that. So I expanded Aurelion's art and made a new drawing of him, explaining where he is currently in the lore. And guess what happened with the drawing? Look at that. Look at that, Denisium. What do you see there? Are those shadows? Yes! I have finally figured out a way a freaking way to easily do shadows in Krita. And it's through the power of opacity and layering. I can't believe it was staring at me in the face all this time. I was thinking, how can I do shadows in this app? I don't know. And there you go, I just figured it out yesterday, and the very first drawing I did is with Aurelion's additional new lore page. And look at that! Dude, I am tempted right now to redo all the drawings and give them shadows. Dude, I am so tempted because it adds so much life to the drawing, man. I'm so fucking tempted to go back and redo all of them with shadows. Because you can tell it stands out. See, look at that. Nice action pose right there, right? But this one has more, right? Oh, it's a process not many want to do, but you do it. Yeah, true. We have to, it's the tedium of proofreading. Very, very tedious. Are you going back, rereading, especially if a lot of them are rules, just boring text blurbs? It can be boring, but it shows the quality or the effort you're willing to put in, right? And people nowadays appreciate that over to just something you just blurt out and just let AI correct it. People nowadays value work being actually put into projects. From what I've seen, they find that quite endearing, and I agree, because it really shows your passion. It really shows one's creative passion towards something, that they're willing to put in the time and the effort and actually go to the drudgery of proofreading and writing, and even swallow your pride, because a lot of creators have this pride with their work that if they change it or modify it, it's like trampling on their vision. So I really find it interesting that there are some people who refuse to do that, who refuse to correct their own work because of some notion of pride and some notion of this is my vision, it must not be changed, this is it. What comes out, comes out. You just don't understand my vision if you don't understand it. Which, okay, sure. Whatever, man. You do you. It took me a year to finally look through OBS and find out to smoothly change scenes. Oh, dude. Yeah, we get that. We do have moments like that. You know, at least think of it this way, Denisium. The important thing is we found out that it's possible. We can do it. Better late than never, as what my parents would say whenever I would not go to school. It's like, still, you still have half day, okay, to get to your classes. Go. But it's already half day, Mom. I'm not in the mood to go to school. I feel tired. No, better late than never. Go. You still have a half day. Oh my god. You just need 2 minutes to effort, but it took me a year. You know, like I said, at least we got there. The important thing is we realize it along the way. And now, let's go back to proofreading. It is said that when one converses with Ebersage, he will never show the back of his head. He is always facing you, always watching, and always utterly beholden to your presence. And that sounds good. Yet, even in the most ancient depictions, his eyes never... His true eyes never open. Yet, even in the most ancient depictions, his true eyes were never seen open. His true eyes were never seen open. And yeah, there you go. Remaining perpetually hidden behind golden eyelids. I don't need to put remaining here. Perpetually, I think I'm gonna make that a new sentence. Perpetually hidden behind his golden eyelids. Okay. Only 2 false eyes appear or give the impression. Gaze upon you, yeah. False eyes gaze upon you on his mask, and they see seemingly nothing. The starry historians and media at the time remained deeply puzzled by this, leaving them to speculate endlessly as to why the greatest of all diplomats would appear as such. A little bit of mystery there, people. With many speculating. Let's put it like that. Let's put a little bit of blurb there. With many, and I got to be careful that I don't proofread my own proofread. With many speculating that he uses the manlings, more arcane methods of perception. I kind of don't like that because it's already implied this is a this is a arcane heavy universe. So yeah, of course come on. How can a being like this exist without the use of magic? So yeah, I don't think I need to expand much on that. We'll just leave it as such. Okay, I can say it like this. I can leave it like this. With many divided, wherever there are practical reasons, reasons as to such, or just another of his many deceptions, because he's the god of deceit as well. So of course, yeah, I think I kind of like that little addition. There is a practical, there you go. Oh my god, I'm proofreading my own proofread. With many divided, whether there is a practical reason as to such, or just another is many deceptions. Okay. He was the force that steered the Empire away from pointless bloodshed and into lucrative cooperation. Following the historic victory of Lord Aurelion against the brood of Lilith Lex, it was Eversage who smoothed the subsequent negotiations. He turned once bitter enemies first into customers, then into lucrative partners, ultimately confederating them into the Auric dynasty as co-rulers and equals. Through these and parallel triumphs, he won the paw of his wife and future collaborator, Pereshkigal. Though the pair proved formidable, marrying his calculated acumen with her volatile passion and beguiling nature to secure their absolute dominion. Over on the negotiations table. On the diplomatic table. On the diplomatic. Table. Table or aspect? Table or aspect? Side. Diplomatic side. On the diplomatic side of Imperium. There you go. That's a fucking fun word. Okay, yet during the Great Schism, he vanished. He simply vanished. Oh, that's an Avatar quote right there. Earth, fire, water, air. Long ago, the four nations were in harmony, and then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Only the Avatar, master of all four elements, can stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. Long ago, my brother and I recently found a new avatar, a boy named Ang. Dude, I can't believe I remember that opening. Oh, my memories. Dude, my memory works in the weirdest of ways, man. Can't believe I remember that opening. Just boom, just came rushing back into my brain like some floodgate that got opened accidentally. He simply vanished. No records from that tumultuous era indicate what happened to him, or what role he played. He simply evaporated from history. As gods clash, as the void was pushed back. Word for word is crazy, dude. I used to be able to quote things from shows I watch word for word. Dude, I can give you all the Pokemon names up to Generation 5 back in the day. Then nowadays, again, I said this before, I need to see the Pokemon to know the Pokemon. But I can still remember their names. I once had a very obsessive memory, to the point that my brother got annoyed with me because I was quoting SpongeBob quotes, Simpsons quotes, every time we have a conversation, just boom, boom, boom. Rapid fire, quoting word for word quotes. Sleeper agent activate, I know, right? My consciousness is one whole sleeper agent. I don't even know who I am. Was there a code word that just activated? Is that it? The sleeper word is vanished. the gods clashed as the void was pushed back, and the tyrant rose to power. This is to power, and subsequently fell. His presence remained entirely absent. The unbroken gaze that once held the empire together was gone, seemingly swallowed by oblivion. Yeah, that is a very powerful lore page right there. Very powerful, I love it. Yeah, I don't think I need to change much, actually. We're good with Eversage. I just need to make sure the formatting is not ruined because of me moving stuff around here. You should be at the back. Go to back. No? You don't want to go back? There you go. Okay, you need to go up. I think you need to go up, because you're going to be ruining some formatting with italics, that's for sure. Okay. So we're going to that. Here we have a scene as described by the piece himself. So, we already have this. Piece himself sits chain the memories of the god. There are known to be 10 pieces. 10 of them, and only one has been found so far. Okay, I'm going to reduce its font to 8. Each supposedly carry particular memories. The one found was called, the one recovered was called insecurities. Yeah, I need to move him down. Get down, Eversage. Or, you know what? Better yet, I'll move you back up. Then I'll move down. Come on, move up! Okay, I'm gonna move you up. I don't know why it's doing that. Do the word deception. Eversage! Why are you being such a meanie? Oh shit. There you go. It's called insecurity. Dude, if I had something like this in real life where I can literally put my memories into a floating computer just beside me and talk to me. Right? I have a little floating head here that looks like me. It's like, hey. For example, this one is, I have, hey you, imagination. Can you tell me again what it looks like? Yeah, imagination. Can you help me out here? Remind me what this means. Hey, imagination, put this into your memory banks. Something like that. That would be awesome. Then I would call you, frustration. I want to forget this, but keep this logged. Right? And another one is just devoted. It's called wife. You know why it's called wife? The other memory bank that I would have floating beside me, it would contain all the dates, her birthday, her anniversary, everything, wife related. The last thing you would ever do, okay, which is worse than, I'm joking by the way, let me preface that, to any relationship with a woman, worse than adultery is to forget your anniversary and her birthday. Okay? And to call her fat. All that is worse. It is in order for forgetting your anniversary, her birthday, those are the main two. Okay? Don't ever, ever forget that. Now, speaking of wives, let's move on to the next scene. Well, I'm thinking actually, should we have one or two? Yeah, let's go two. Huh? Aw. Insecurity and anger. There you go. Seen as described by the piece of self called insecurity. Oh, adultery is a problem. I was joking, by the way. That was a joke. Okay, but yes, adultery is a problem. The thing is, I don't really fault people for being in a polygamous relationship. Okay, you do you, as long as you both are fine with it. I am not a political channel in any way whatsoever, but my opinion on that is I am always at the opinion of what you do is up to you. You do you. Be happy with whatever you think of or do as long as you do not affect people around you. Alright? As long as you don't force your ideas or shove it down other people's throat, even though they are not really they're not really interested, they don't care. Okay? You do whatever you want, you believe whatever you want, as long as you're happy with it. That is me. That is how I go about it, okay? Respect is earned. I give respect to people if they earn it. When you meet someone, of course, there's this level of decency one must have with other people, right? There's a level of, especially if you don't know them, they're like strangers. Of course, you don't just go out on and act like an asshole to everyone around you, and what do you expect? They'll just act like an asshole as well to you. Then you'll just call them an asshole, and just a perpetuating cycle of you being an idiot. But either way, yes, you do you, right? As for adultery, I am in the comment that adultery is indeed a horrible thing. Considering, especially if your relationship is not really built on the idea that you're okay to do that. Okay? Because for me, adulterers are people who cannot control their impulses or do not have any sort of loyalty in them. They're fleeting and just forever stuck in this cycle of them being locked into their emotions. But then again, there are always exceptions. One must always consider what is happening in the background. Why did that lead to that? Right? That's how lawyers would think, and that's how law would work. We would decipher, we would dissect, but I am none of those, so we are moving on. I know I had nothing to say, so I decided to comment. You know, I appreciate the comment. It helps with the algorithm. Seeing my chat move tells the algorithm that I am somewhat engaging. So yes, keep it up. Engage. Comment. Chat. That's why botters or people who use bots for their chat kind of work. Because if you go into someone's chat and you see that chat box moving like there's no tomorrow, you would see, oh my, what's this guy doing? Why is his chat always so engaged with him, right? Is he funny? Right? Is he funny? Is he doing something that's making people comment, right? Foogies and oh my god, so true, yeah. So true indeed. Unfortunately, that's another thing why I kind of don't like Look at that. Look at that. Look at my chat, YouTube. It's moving. It's moving. Dude, you remind me of people who would send text like that. I had people who I speak to in social media. I do it sometimes, of course, when I'm rushing. Right? There are people out there when they talk to you, especially in social media. One word send. It's like one word send. How are you? Send. I hope you're doing fine. Send. Okay this day. Send. It's like, can you complete the sentence first before you send it? Especially if you have notifications on. Like, blip, 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 blip. Shut up. Shut up. Finish the sentence first. Don't send it yet. Because it's kind of annoying to reply to someone like that, you know? You're reading that, then as you were typing your reply, he just rapid fires it with even more shit. It's like, stop! Let me reply to that. Dude, I wish I got a raid. I wish I got a real raid. The fuck? Why is there HO here? Did I type something? Oh yeah, I was typing how. Never mind. Okay, so let's continue. Scene as described by the piece of self called insecurity. Currently, no, I don't think anger would be the other one. Let's go with dreams. Yeah, dreams. That's a good one. Very vague and mysterious. Currently housed in the amalgamation, a private collection. A private owned. Let me just pull up my other doc because there is a reference there. Dude, I really find it funny that I'm pulling up docs so I can get names and references for things correct. Is this the right one? This is the right one. Okay, there you go. There you go. Name owned by an Oprix. Only known for the name. Only known to be called. Only who by an Oprix. Who goes by the name, by the moniker the Aquatarian. Oprix W. Why, you like that in the race name? That's or you're memeing? I'm boomering out with that. No, but goes by the moniker Aquatarian. My favorite guy, bro. Okay. It details the moment Kigal, in the heat of their argument, used the Arch of Infinity on Ebersage, shattering him and scattering his pieces all over Ashen. So, yeah, as you can see, here's the Arch of Infinity being fired by her wife here. blasting him apart. That's why in the modern era, you'll meet him like this. Shattered and with only 3 pieces of self keeping him together. So you need to find the other pieces. And as you can see, here they are. All 10 of them arranged. Oh yeah, there you go. And let's get to the quote. I don't think I need to add anything else here. I am dead, and I am only supposed to remember my fears, delusions, and, well, insecurities. Yet all of me remembers this moment. Ay, ay, ay. Diyos por santo. Okay. Fuck. Stop it. I am dead, and I'm only supposed to remember my fears, delusions, and I'm only supposed to remember my fears, delusions, and, well, insecurities. Yet, all of me remembers this moment. Yet I don't remember why. There you go. The event was so mind-shattering that even basically a biomechanical computer designed to house memories and events remembered it. And that is Eversage done. We are going to Airtalix now. The god of storms, protection in the sky. He who suffers no fools, the sky shield, the Lord Protector. The very first dragon deity that we will encounter in our list, in our god list. And yes, here's the god list. Yep, that's a lot of them. So yeah, let's go to the favor system so we can craft his thingy. So how would we open? How would you describe first a god who's arrogant? A god who's always causing category 5, category 7 storms all over the planet whenever I won't say why, but he does that every time, right? One who actually doesn't care what the mortal races think about him. One that would actually even destroy your air force, so much so that you try to herd him, right? He's proud. I think your voice to text there is losing its mind for a bit. Water buff. Water buffalo! We do have a lot of water buffaloes here, actually. It's our national animal. Yeah. Yeah, water buffaloes, or carabaos as we call them, are our national animal. The bane of peasants. He is kinda, yeah. He ruins crops. He ruins crops, turning them into craps. Yeah, look at that. He gives water buffs. Well, he fries them. He's a lightning type or a voltaic type. So yeah, these are our national animal right here. Very majestic beast. I never rode one. Never ate one too, because apparently it's a delicacy. Water buffs because he's with water and your Pokemons get water buff. I don't know. No, he is a voltaic type. The water type is gonna be his brother, Catalalix. He's an asshole. That would be a great opener. How would we open him up, right? Ah, now I know. The Great Shade. Any other words for shade that I can use? Shade. Other words. Ah, putang! Dude, Yeah, I typed it too early. Fuck off. Shut up. Other words for shade. Fuck you. Huh? Did I say anything that confused you? Well, I do say a lot of things that confuse people, so I understand. I getcha. Shade, umbrage, canopy, bower, no, they're too plant. The great screen, that would work. The indomitable indomitable shield, the zealous defender of Ashen, the great worm, the great sky worm that keeps mortals humble and I mean, as in that's actually that it exists. Oh, you're referring to the water buffalo, yeah. The pink one, the pink water buffalo? Yeah, I guess it's an albino version of it. But nowadays, there are a lot of weird animals that we have produced with our genetic tamperings. Ligers are an example. The most common example are ligers. Actually, when you can think about it, the greatest example of human genetic tampering with animals are dogs and cats. Horses, too. Apparently, a mule is actually a artificial combination of a horse and a donkey. So they're not really biological possible, right? They were made. There were apparently, I also found out the other day a thing called a wolfin. Yeah, a wolfin. This is a wolfin. No, those are two bitches with a wolfin. This is a wolfin. It's basically a whale and a dolphin. Yes, it apparently is possible that a dolphin, or rather a species of dolphin, apparently here a bottlenose dolphin, managed to get impregnated by a false killer whale, and they produce the wolfin, which actually looks badass. Actually, I like its profile. Nightmare fuel. Now, I actually like its profile. It has a certain eldritch look to it. A domesticated orca. Yeah, kinda, yeah. I really like its profile. It has this certain eldritch look to it. Dude, it looks like a... dude, I have been inspired. Oh, I need to make a note of this. I will make a void water type creature that is inspired by a wolfin. Since technically voids are hybrid creatures as well, they're like actual parasites that get into the animal and just corrupt it. So yeah, I've been inspired to make a eldritch creature that looks like that is inspired by a wolfin. Mental note: let this stream be my note when I get to designing creatures for the void types. A wolfin, void type, void water type. There you go. Yeah, look, because there's this one thing, look at that, without the eyes, right? It has this eldritch feel about it. And this one too, this head right here, see, you can't really see its eyes, right? It has a certain, dude, it even looks like this. It has the same profile as this. Nope, not that one. The xenomorphs. Not the new xenomorph version, the old ones, the cooler ones. These ones. The old ones. Yeah, there one. It has the same profile with the head with this. Ah, inspiration. I have been inspired. Thank you, my rantings. I was humble and prepared and... Yes, Kit? Sorry, my cat is doing weird things. Give me a moment. Yes, Kit? What do you want? No? Okay, he's fine. The great skyworm that keeps mortals humble and tempers their resolve. He being the second oldest dragon existing to this day in he whose noble divine noble man whose divine mandate is to secure the world of Ashen from any external threats. Using the role. I need words. Words for powerful. Words for powerful. Gimme. Potent, sovereign, dominant, I won't even bother pronouncing that. Omnipotent, invincible, transcendent, Herculean, mighty, irresistible, dynamic. These are boring words. Give me something more. Any more synonyms? That's it. This is all you can muster, AI. Give me more. Give me something grandiose. Potential, quiescent, inherent, august, preeminent, juggernaut, draconian, juggernaut. He radiates. Storms of unfettered. Ready to be unleashed on those who dare break this world's peace. He is known to be quite temperamental and proud, only granting favor to those who can weather his storms. of his standing. He is considered. He is among those who still perform. He is still among those in the pantheon who still perform their ancient duties. He does not. He does not seek worshippers or supplicants. Even worse, the pathetic. Another word for begging. Another word for begging, please. Other words for begging. Bagging. Begging. Also, I need to check. Yeah, I need to check his rules for his favor because I already made his favor on a previous doc when I introduced how to capture creatures. So he should be here along with Lunanef, right? So this is where they were actually first introduced, to be honest. So he already has his favor here, and I might just end up changing this to Thaumaturge creatures and air creatures gain +5 glyph upgrade capacity. Something like that. I might change that. Yeah, Archalix's favor is quite the powerful one too. He's basically a one-shotting machine. He's gonna deal 10% of his max HP to a target if you succeed a dice roll. Which is quite a lot, actually. And the more I think about it, I think I need to increase. Yeah, 10 rupture. That's nothing. Yeah, 50. 50. It's 50 rupture. No, not 50. I think that's a bit too much. 30. No, 50. That's 100% damage boost for the next hit that's gonna hit that creature. And after that, rupture stacks will be reduced to half, so 25. So that will be 50% more damage to the target. Then after that, if the creature doesn't get any more stacks of rupture, it's gonna go down to half, which is always rounded up. So that's gonna be down to 20 or 13 stacks. So that's gonna be 26% more damage, so forth and so on. This rupture is a effect stack. Does the max HP regenerate later, or is that HP based on his max decrease? Okay. So, for example, this one here, it's based on his current HP. Okay, you deal 10% of Archalix max HP, so max. So, for example, if you use this on his level 1 stat, or his level 1 stat, HP, so 675, the 10% of that will be the damage dealt to the target. So, if his HP is like 400, it's still gonna compute the max HP, the full HP. So 600 still. It has its max, so it's not the current, which whatever HP he is currently, it's the max. I hope I worded that right. The funny thing, you can also, well, of course, as he levels up, his HP gets higher. If we're gonna go to the Pantheon doc, it would show his max his HP at level 50. So he is at 1,900 HP come level 50, and if you use his favor, that's 10% of that, which is quite massive, actually. But it writes that his max HP decreases. Did I say max HP? Sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. I need to clarify this. Okay. And Airtalix loses 20% of his max HP regardless of the result. I should put this as damage. There you go. Max HP as damage. As damage. There you go. I think that should clarify that. If that's the case, if that confuses people, I think I also need to modify, yeah, these wordings here as damage. So we'll have to fix that with Eversage. 20% max HP. 20% max HP as damage. Eversage. Yeah, we're gonna fix that. Temperature gains 50 rupture. So yeah, I get your point because it means he's losing max HP. Yeah. Here, I think it's much more clearer with Horadses because Horadses has this. Horadses, if Horadses is in your party once per round during your turn, you may have him lose 300 HP. I think that's understandable. That's damage, right? I think it's clear enough. Or just to be safe, I'll just do that. Or, better yet, you may have him be damaged. Or pay. Yes! Ooh. Yeah. That's understandable. Okay. Okay, this one's understandable. So you may have him pay 300 HP. If you do, create a shield war or a lamella turret. So we're good with that. I think we're good. Or take 300 damage. Yeah, that's good too. Loses 700 HP if this creature... Oh, I need to put in this disclaimer too for Horadses. 300 HP. If this creature has not enough HP, this cannot be used. There you go. So we need to put in that disclaimer. So let's go up here. Yaldesh. Oh, this one is a fun one. If you have Yaldesh in your party once per combat, if another creature will be incapacitated, that creature instead gains +1 endurance before damage is applied, and Yaldesh loses HP to the creature's max HP, so I think that's understandable. Betrayer's Mandate, all weaknesses, yeah. If Lucerius is in your party, another creature in the field will take 20%. Oh, there you go. Oh my god. This one has the clarification, so that's good. This next move will be a weakness hit. This can only be used once per round. Okay. Lunanet's Blessing, so yeah, this one's clear. How about Aurelion? Aurelion. Okay, so he doesn't do any of that. Okay, so we're clear, we're good. Yeah, thank you for catching that. Thank you for catching that. Yeah, that's gonna cause some confusion. Pathetic. Oh yeah, imploring, beseeching, supplicating, entreating, petitioning, soliciting. Weeding, caddling. He does not coddle. He does not coddle. He demands patch. Tribulations. Worshippers. Take this idea into heart and follow. Their God's examples. Examples. Many of his temples are. Oh wait. Among those in the pantheon without the who in between. Oh yeah. Among those in the pantheon, yeah, you're right. There's a who. There's a wild who in the middle. A wild who suddenly appeared. He is among those in the pantheon who still also comma in front of later. I'm pretty sure which later. He does not see orange first to count functions. Enemies temples. Where is the later? The indomitable shield, zealous defender, he who's divine. Oh, see, dyslexic writing. He whose divine wrath, or divine mandate, rather, is to secure the world of Ashen from any external threats. Oh, okay. Yeah, here. He is known to be quite temperamental and proud, He is known to be quite temperamental and proud, as befits a dragon of his standing. No, change it back. Changing it back. Befits a dragon of his standing, only granting favor to those who can weather his storms. He is among those in the pantheon who still perform. Oh, yeah, you're right. From Ashen. The world of Ashen. The world from Ashen. The delay. This is as quick as we can be, Denizio. This is quick. I didn't put any sort of delay in my streams, so this is the quickest we can get. Yeah, this is the quickest. There is no delay, unlike other streamers. They put in like 30-second delays, they put in like 10-second delays. But for me, no, I didn't. Because I'm really not streaming any competitive games anyway. Even when I was streaming Marvel Rivals, I don't care. Whatever, man. You're beating a guy who's streaming the game at 30 FPS because his PC can't handle it otherwise on the stream. So whatever. He is among those in the pantheon who still perform their ancient duties. He does not seek worshippers or supplicants. He does not coddle. We need to find something faster than optic fiber. We need... what's the Mass Effect? I forgot the mumbo-jumbo Mass Effect uses for their long-range communications. The idea is two charged particles always vibrating in the same frequency as each other, no matter how far they get separated in the universe. So they use that for communication, so it's like instantaneous. That's the idea. I forgot the name. Like, oh, there you go. Quantum entanglement. QEC or something like that. Quantum entanglement. We need those communicators, man. Everything happens in real time. I tried today to play a modded Minecraft. My friend sent me a very cool mod pack and my PC cannot handle it. I have a gaming laptop, but it's a gaming laptop. The thing is, how old is the gaming laptop, right? How old it is, and the thing about mods, here's the thing about mods. When you do mods, especially for mods that, the fuck happened to Ebersage? Why did you go down? The thing about mods, especially mods that do graphics changes or do some modifications with the aesthetic, textures and everything, always expect those are what's the word? Optimized. And they would require a lot of memory and processing power. Always assume that. That's why whenever I play Skyrim, I have Skyrim right here, heavily modded. Whenever I play Skyrim, I tend to be mindful how many texture mods I put into the game. Because otherwise, it might cause problems and might cause crashes. At the same time, for Horizon 6, which was the latest one, runs fine, but cannot run Minecraft. Yeah, I think it's the mod, man. It's the mod. Even though I have a whole 16-bit memory there, it's not even enough for Minecraft. Minecraft! It's the mod. I'm 100% sure it's the mod, Denisium. The mod is not optimized to run properly with your system. Because why would a mod maker optimize their shit? Their PC is running it just fine. Unless it's a really big mod and the modder is really dedicated to the work. There are modders who are considerate. There are modders out there who are considerate. I love modding in games. So if you were to check some of my games here, a lot of these are modded. Dude, I don't play vanilla Rome. I play modded Rome. I don't play... Well, not really. I play vanilla medieval. I don't play vanilla Shogun. I play modded Shogun. I have Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2 and 3. Okay? I never played 2 unmodded. Always modded. I love mods, man. Mods give so much life to a game. And then I tried to delete half of the biggest mods that needed the most memory, and then it just said you cannot run those other mods because you deleted the main mod. Yep. Yep. That's the pain. Dude, the pain of modding. That's one of the pains of modding. Back in the day, dude, we are lucky. A lot of players nowadays live in a world where there are mod managers, right? I grew up in a modding world where I have to install everything manually and using some esoteric knowledge so I can apply the mod. And imagine the nightmare getting all those mods to work without a mod organizer doing it for you. So yeah, that's the thing about modding, man. Especially big mods, they would have dependencies, and unfortunately, if those are really crucial to the mod you want, you'll just have to sacrifice other things, or just don't use it. And it doesn't let you go without any mods, or those that just work. It wants the whole mod pack to work for it. Damn, man! That is painful. That is painful. I never had a problem with that with any of the mods I do, because to be honest, I tend to be quite selective with the mods I run. I don't... The only reason I would download texture packs if it's like Skyrim, like a really old game, or if it's stable enough, because Skyrim has a very good modding community, and so far the mods are very optimized. So I would do that, but for games like Warhammer, Total War, not really. No, I don't think the mod creators care enough to optimize their shit. And you would feel it. You would feel it. If you were to download or load up a game of Warhammer without mods versus with mods, just the loading alone of the game takes forever with mods, especially if you have a low-end PC or a mid-range PC. It will take longer. You can feel it. You can feel it. And most of those are just texture mods that are taking all that time. So yeah, I tend to not do that. Apparently, graphics takes the most memory out of anything. And I can see that. Most of my time doing on these streams is actually drawing. I'm now at the proofreading stage, that's why I'm not drawing that much. Many of his temples are no more than shrines. What's the word I'm looking for? No more than... What's the word I'm going for? And it took me 7 minutes to get the loading screen working with the mod pack, and then another 7 minutes to get the world generated. I was thinking it's going to play quickly, but I had constant... It's the textures. I am really 100% sure that's why your PC is struggling, man. It's loading a lot of things. That's another thing too with mods. Think of it this way. So you have your Minecraft, right? You have your Minecraft, and that Minecraft has a mod on it. So that mod would actually layer itself on top of your Minecraft. And that would take resources. Because not only is it functioning as the mod, it's also fighting, or rather trying to do something with the code of Minecraft. So if you were to put another mod, that's going to do the same thing. And another mod, that's going to do the same thing. So you are layering a lot of things on top of the processing required. So yeah, I lowered all the render distances, shadow distances, everything minimum just to get a barely FPS standing. And then 20 to 10 moving. Oh my god. Dude, pain is what I would use a word for that. Pain. And I would imagine your laptop is on fire. That laptop is on fire. Like, hot. You can cook eggs in it. And that is not a good sign. That is not a good sign. If your laptop starts to feel like it's the surface of the sun, I would start considering what I'm doing with it. Yeah, that is pain, man. That is pain. I used to endure that back in the day when I was a stupid little boy with some games, but lately nowadays I kind of don't. I could go for as low as 45 FPS, but there is a thing where my eyes start to visibly hurt when it's lower FPS. Like that is the reason. That is the reason why I cannot watch that Into the Spider-Verse movie, because of its FPS. It's painful to look at for me. That Into the Spider-Verse movie, that one, the way it's animated, it's super low FPS. I don't know if it's a style, if it's really a style choice, or they don't have the budget for it to be animated completely. They just made it into a style, which is commendable to a degree. But either way, it's painful to look at. I don't know, man. There's something about this jittery movement that is not complimenting my eyes. Is it jittery even the right word for it? It looks weird. Either way. It was mainly on memory. The CPU was working at 14%, but the memory was constant. Yeah, it's definitely. Yep, that's it. That's what's gonna happen. Unfortunately, that's annoying because you go all for that effort just to set it up, and it ends not working still. Dude, I had a laptop once. Just to give you an idea how much of a stupid ass I was. I have a laptop once. I used to play City Skylines on it, which is actually a good game if you like city builders. This one, City Skylines. Second one is a bit shaky, but I don't know. I haven't heard from it since. But I have this on that laptop. And care to guess how long it takes before a game loads? on that old shitty old laptop, which I played on for how many years? It takes 30 minutes for a game of City Skylines to load in. 30 minutes. 15 to 30 minutes of just me staring at my loading screen. Yeah. And when it runs, it runs. It runs, it's fine. And the even more annoying bit is when I turn it off. When I exit the game, just straight out F4 or just exit the game by the menu, it takes twice as long to close out the game. I do not know why. I am not a computer nerd, okay? I just have very, very surface level knowledge with computers. I just find it fascinating that when you close out a program, it takes twice as long for your computer to process it closing to terminate that program than to load up that program. It's like, why is this laptop taking twice as long to close the game that I tell to terminate its program? It's mind-boggling for me. I do not understand why it does that. It does not make sense to me. Why the game takes forever to exit. Are no more than barren tourist sites. With the tourist sites with the occasional sports tournament. Ah, okay. That which, for most occasions, are used for hosting competitions. Many animancy tournaments have been hosted in such venerable places. Animancy. It's a school of magic involving the control of animals. That's what we do here in Ashen. That is the school, okay? You as an Astari is your rank in the government. As you are a government agent, you are an Astari whose job is to do this. It just so happens that your main school of magic is Animancy, which you use to control animals. Okay? Or bond with them using your mana link. That's it. The first paragraph, and you got double ass. First paragraph, and you got double ass. Should be as proud as. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my god. And as proud as befits a dragon of his standing. Thank you. Many animal. I don't like the way it's worded. Competitions of sport. Competitions of sport Van. Many of his temples are no more... Yep, found it. Thank you. Are no more than barren tourist sites, which, in most occasions, are used for hosting competitions of sport, among which are the ever popular animancy tournaments. Many for hosting competitions of sport, among which are the ever popular animancy tournaments. As these places all bear the scars of such acts, of such displays of dominance. There you go. Okay, I think that's good. The god of storm's protection in the sky, the indomitable shield, the zealous defender of Ashen, the great skyworm that keeps mortals humble and tempers their resolves. He whose mandate... Is that the right spelling for whose, or is it... No, the other one is for questioning, okay. He whose divine mandate is to secure the world of Ashen from all and any external threats. He radiates storms. He radiates cataclysmic storms ready to be unleashed to those who dare break this world's peace. He is known to be quite temperamental and as proud as befits a dragon of his standing, only granting favor to those who can weather his storms. He is among those in the pantheon who still perform their ancient duties. He does not seek worshippers or supplicants. He does not coddle. He demands strength through trials and tribulations. Worshippers take this idea into heart and follow their god's examples. Many of these temples are no more than barren tourist sites. Yep, thank you. Yeah, I was doubting that. No more than barren tourist sites, which in most occasions are used for hosting competitions of sport, among which are the ever popular animancy tournaments, as these places all bear the scars of such displays of dominance. There you go. I think that sums up a very good introduction for the god of storms and how he plays in the world of Ashen in terms of his... Again, these are all written. These are not lore blurbs, rather. This is an introduction to why and how the god is currently being perceived by the people in the world. So think of it like a primer, someone in the world looking for a god or why, or reading as to why people would worship a god, right? So none of them contain much in terms of deep lore. So it's all summarized stories, all what ifs, all things that are maybe, but it gives you the idea. It's more of a world building thing as to why this deity is considered or still worshipped to this day. That's the idea of it. So if you were to read some of the lore from here and some of the explanations, right, in the Pantheon doc, you would say, hey, why does it did not mention this? Why does it not tell us Ainoboros is actually an asshole who just engineered the schism and whatever, right? Because no one knows about that. The public does not know about that. All they know about Ainoboros is the god of the temporal and the arcane and the unseen, and he is a magical god who is actually being worshipped by accountants and people who deal with massive data. Even mages who still study, the few mages that still live in Ashen who study the whims of magic. Right? That's all they know. That's all their history is thought of them. The rest of this information is either only known by him or known by you because you're a player. You have outside information. Or those who are deep into the government. Or himself. So yeah, that is the idea of these blurbs. So they think of him as the primer for someone or a little kid trying to see, I want to ship this go. What? Or think of it like you're a kid looking for, you have an assignment to know, why is Ouroboros worshipped by the, what is his followers known for? Something like that. Yes, and this is his symbol. So if you see this in game, you would know it's italics related. This is Eber Sage. This is Pereshkigals. This is Horadses. This is Ainoboros. This is Yaldesh. This is Lucerius. Lunanef and Aurelion. See, they have their own script symbols now. So I may not have the full alphabet for the Astari writing, but at least if you see these in ancient text or in any symbol in the game, oh, it refers to that god. And I have them all right here. I made this offline the other day. Let's see. Script symbols. Yeah, there you go. I made them the other day. So all of the worshipful gods are here. Okay, so rank 1. If you're good. He's the god of protection storms, but he is more of a speed freak in terms of how he plays. His idea of protection is not outlasting his enemies. His idea of protection is decimating them through raw power. That's how he protects. He's an aggressive sort of protector. So, with that in mind, he's gonna be giving speed bonuses for everyone. +5 speed. Oh, did I? Okay, I did. So rank 2. Again, funny thing is, I don't know if I already said this, but some of you might think, why is just some barren passive buffs on some of them? Can you make them more interesting? Like, for example, with Horadses, he gives you a perk, but level 5? Well, good people. A lot of these levels, before you get to them, you would actually need to do a side quest. And those side quests actually do have their own unique rewards. So, aside from the Faber rank, the side quest that is involved in you getting that rank actually has its own reward. So you might get an item, you might get, it depends on the role, depends on how you're gonna do. Again, you may gain or lose favor with your interaction, so it depends. Now, I am also thinking, if anyone here can help me out with this, I'm also thinking the way the favor system works is not if you succeed you get a favor point, but rather you succeed and you get favor points. So if you get enough favor points, you get a favor level. Think of it like a experience bar for your favor rank, right? So that's the two things I'm thinking of on what to do, on how to do it, because I think it's quite quick to build up favor. It's just 8 ranks. So if you succeed in a mission or whatever, you automatically get a rank. If it's too quick, I don't know. That's why I need to test things out first. But currently, I'm thinking it's either a straight, you get a favor, or you lose a favor if you pass or fail, whatever. Or you get experience, favor experience. You lose some if you fail. Because another reason why I'm thinking of making it like a favor experience bar to get a favor rank is because it will also come into play a certain mechanic when you do favor missions. Like, for example, if you were to do a favor mission for Aurelion, right? You beseech him to give you a mission, he gives you a mission, And during that mission, while the mission is active, there are certain things you're not allowed to do. Otherwise, you're gonna lose favor from him. Like, you cannot be caught in any crime. You cannot retreat from a fight. Something like that. So that's what I'm thinking. But I really don't like. I'm also thinking, I think it's a bad idea to railroad a player into playing a specific way, right? I am a very huge fan of letting the player do what they want. Just give them the mission and let them have it. Let them do what they want. How to get to it, right? Like Paladin Odes. Yeah, exactly. But not everyone is a paladin, so if you chose to be a paladin, you're locked into you are interested in role-playing as a paladin oath. But not everyone wants that. So I am thinking, I think it's either I do that or I just do a mission, and if you act certain ways during points in the mission, that's when you lose or gain favor. It's not while the favor mission is active and the god will watch you and what you do, and you will lose or gain favor depending on what you do, like, right? For example, Lunanef is the goddess of healing, mercy, and love, right? She would even ask you to purposely lose a fight, like to let a boss kill you or beat you. She would ask something like that. I think from a roleplay perspective, it would be more interesting because, for example, if you have a creature and that creature gets to you, you did something wrong, well, like it was to say Pokeball tries to get Pokeball, it tries to get that after, then you lose favor. So it's going to be a bit more complex on what you say out loud when one or the other creature is in the battlefield. If the creature can be, so to say, Pokeballs. Yeah, because you don't really put them into a ball. The idea of the main thing is you bonding with the creature using your mana link, right? Some animancers have link runes. So they're a rune, they're like diamond in shape, really small. And the creature you bonded with will be registered to that rune, and that rune is actually like a mini portal. And that mini portal will send that creature to whatever facility that rune is connected to. So they will wait for you there, and when you need to call them out, you'll just activate the rune and they'll come out. That's the idea of it. So it's kind of like the same, that they're not really there, but you can also choose to keep them there with you walking around. It's up to you. But most animancers would have that, and it's quite expensive. It's not like a Pokeball they can throw away so easily. Because that link rune also determines how many creatures you have max for your party. You start out with free, and you'll eventually get rewards or upgrades, or you can buy upgrades for you to increase your max party capacity. Well, that's fine, but the main idea of the creature not being there to witness your act, that would disapprove. Well, that's the thing. We're talking about a god here. We're talking about a god. To be fair, you are correct on that. I think with that in mind, because I am thinking, the only other gods that are quite omnipotent in this setting, that can actually know what you're doing, is a couple. Like, Classivitus will always know what you're doing, because he's the god of Chronicles. Nothing escapes him. He knows everything and everyone what's going on in the world. So he's kind of omnipotent in that regard. Or at least, yeah, omniscient. So he can watch you everywhere. Aurelion can as well, because Aurelion has little tendrils in him. So let me just grab Aurelion's picture right here. So Aurelion has these little tendrils. So he uses that as as his limbs, as his way of communication, his sensory organs. So as you can see here in this picture, he may be dormant, but all of his limbs connect to all sorts of data entries and data nodes, and some of these are just tunnels that he can just spread his limbs or his tendrils throughout the world. So he is omnipotent in that regard. Yaldish can be such, right? It depends. It depends. Also, because this is sort of late game, I understand it's fine for them to know everything. True, because there's also something called a mana link. So a mana link is basically you and someone, creature, any sentient being basically, or animal, you linking your mana. Think of it like a invisible thread of energy linked to two beings, and that could also function as a way for you to communicate. Actually, that's one way animancers would use their creatures as reconnaissance, where imagine you have a flying creature and you have a mana link. You're using your mana link to guide the creature where to go, so whatever it sees, you see. Whatever it perceives, you perceive. You're kind of linked to whatever stimuli that creature is experiencing right now. So yeah, it's also a quick way of communication. So yeah, they would know. They would ask for a mana link, and that's how you get to communicate with them in the temples as well. So, as you can see here, by level 4, let's get a much more cleaner one here. By level 4, you can ask for missions, because that's when the god will trust you enough for them to at least create a mana link between you and it, so we can communicate in a more formal or whenever we need to, right? So, yeah, I think the mana link is our excuse here, so why they would know what you're doing. So yeah, and it would also assume you wouldn't have many god level creatures, so wouldn't they work against each other? There's only going to be one or two. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's up to you which gods you want to follow. It's not really... You can technically get favor for everyone. You can. I will allow that. The system will allow it. But of course, we're talking about not everyone's gonna go grind out every god, right? It's up to you. You can, at the start of the game, you can choose one to get one rank right away. One rank right away. But for the rest, you have to either explore, find them, do some missions in order to unlock them. But yes, you are correct. It's not really feasible or not really practical to grind everyone, because it is quite... I have designed the favor system to at least be somewhat of an endgame thing for completionists and for people who want to have all the gods. How many gods we have here? These are all the gods currently that you can gain favor from. How many we got here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 gods you can gain favor or curry favor from, to choose from. So they're quite a lot, and some of them will indeed go against each other. But again, it's up to you which ones you want to focus on. And that's why a lot of them have very different stats they focus on. For example, Aurelion will focus on defensive stats. Right? Lunanef will actually be giving you healing items whenever you gain favor from her. Right? Lucerius is more offensive. He gives you power and more experience, also some stat boost here and there. Right? So it really depends. So it really is up to the player which ones they want to pursue. They can wholly ignore anyone. It's up to them. It's really up to them. That's the system. But if you are crazy and play games like this like me, where you just want to get everything, of course you can. I'll let it. Why not? Well, knock yourself out. Go right ahead. So yeah. And the thing is, I would go... That's another reason why I want the favor thing to only be applicable when you're in a god mission. When you're in a favor mission, basically. So, for example, you may have all favor, like you have, let's say, for example's sake, you have like level 4 ranking on all the gods, right? And if you want to increase another one. So you go on a mission, and during that mission, that's the only time the god will look at you and judge you. But all that time, the other gods, once you have favor with, they're not connected to you in any way. They don't really care. That's how I would put it. That's how I would balance it. So as long as you're in that active mission, while it's active, pass or fail, it's in progress. As long as you don't complete that god mission, that god will be watching you. Have you thought of making a Kickstarter? I have, actually. But I wanted to make a Kickstarter once I get to a level where I can present a complete-ish product. Complete-ish, by complete-ish, I mean you can really play the game. Because technically you can play the game, but it's missing all the assets. Like, the favor system is still not completed. I only recently just completed the creatures for the Pantheon. I do have creature designs, but a lot of them is still just drawings and ideas. So I want it to be in a state where I can show people that it's functioning, it's ready to go. I just need the little push so I can make it professional looking. So I can make it an actual product, a competing product. Right? So that's why I'm doing all this. Because this is also a foundation. Sure, the drawings might be rudimentary, right? But they're the foundation right here. This is the concept, the proof of concept. This is how I want it to look. This is the rule. The rules, at least I can polish that once I get to a stage where I actually play around with the systems and the creatures and everything. So that's why we're at this stage of me making all the assets. And so far, the only thing that's taking a lot of time is the creature assets, the part of me taking the creatures. Yeah, but many are on the specifically creation stage already open to. But many are on the specifically creation stage already open, no? A lot of them are, yeah. A lot of them are, actually. I don't know. I don't know, man. Call it... I don't know, maybe because there's a little bit of, what's the word? Apprehension is the word, I guess. There's a little bit of lack of confidence in terms of, I don't think I have enough to show people yet. I don't know. There's a little bit of that, I guess. Because, yeah, to be honest, a lot of them have that. But the thing about Kickstarter, I think Kickstarter has a specific date, right? It's not a forever thing. So, if I fail the Kickstarter, that's it. So, that's another thing. That's another thing why I want to at least present something that's good to go, you know? Because at least it will have a greater chance of its Kickstarter to be successful, right? At least I can have that. It might get received later. Sometime, yeah, you're right. This is why I'm streaming it. This is why I made it. This is me. Just go in and go, not fuck it. Let's go stream it. Let's go show the world what I'm doing. This is me in the fuck it stage. But yeah. Maybe one of these days, Elysium, you might get surprised and I'll announce a Kickstarter. Kickstarter is the downtime for your projects? Downtime has, yes, it has, if we go to Kickstarter, it shows that there's a time limit. Like, for 30 days, something like that. Something needs to see, look at this. Look at this example right here. See, it has days to go. So a project needs to meet that goal, otherwise it's not gonna pass. Everyone gets a refund, and the project is basically, well, sorry. Sorry, you didn't reach the funding goal. That's the thing, right? That's why at least I wanted to be in a competitive state where, oh, it's actually good to go. The guy just needs some funding for him to actually make a game out of it. Or like, Get it all ready. Well, for example, I want to XP to level 3. Said is that you really want to know what is happening behind the scenes on the creation of this project. As he got scammed by a Kickstarter. Dude, that's another thing too. Kickstarter kind of has a bad reputation, to be honest. That's another thing too that's causing me apprehension with doing it yet at this early stage. Because there's a lot of people who had Kickstarters who got fooled or got bamboozled by Kickstarter projects. That's another thing too. There's a lot of people there who got promised the world with a Kickstarter project. The goal was reached, and they got nothing out of it. In fact, even worse than nothing, they got an inferior product, which is not even what was promised in the tin. It's like, damn. Well, you're already full on streaming it already, so that's for sure is already a point. Yeah, it is a point. It is a point. It is a point. I think the only problem might be you don't have previous experience in any problems would be known. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That is another reason, brother. Why? That is another reason why I want to stream it. So I can get people who knows tabletop RPGs, or at least have experience in making tabletop RPGs, can put in their input. You know, actually, this idea is a bit too much. Actually, what if you do it like that? Oh, your wording here is a bit confusing. Do you mind changing it a bit? Right? We just did that earlier. That's another reason why I'm streaming it right now, because feedback is important. I prefer to get feedback from actual people than to get feedback from, I don't know, AI. You know, everything sounds amazing in your head. This is the thing. Everything sounds amazing in theory, but in practice, it's different. Right? No plan survives first contact. It's the same with creativity, any creative work. It's the same with that, especially if you're making a game or anything that involves certain interactability. I watch a whole documentary about MMOs are scamming people. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's a lot of them out there. Are selling the dream of a new world of Warcraft, but it makes special community. That's the thing. A lot of them promise the world. A lot of them do. And to be honest with you, I have grand ambition with this. The expedition mode is just the tip of the iceberg. Right? I have grand ambitions with this. Just to show you here, let's go back to the world document. I don't know if I already told you guys about this, but the current setting is just this. We have the 2 moons here that are colonized. Well, this one is not, but you can technically go there. This one is colonized by the Esper. This one has no expeditions on it. These 2 are different countries. This is a massive, small country size floating city. So yeah, I plan these areas to be expansion points or whatever. And expedition mode is just this. But I have a map already of the world. I have the countries and everything ready to go. I have the concept of the grand campaign. I have the concept of the grand map, but like I said, I'm focusing on the smaller one because that's the quicker way to get games out, to test the systems out. That's why we're focusing on expedition mode. Yes, I do have grand dreams with this. And I really want to work on this 100% full time. But life is a bitch. Life is a bitch. We have to deal with life every now and then. But yeah, I'll think about the Kickstarter thing. I really do. It is something that has crossed my mind. To tell you true Denisium. It's just, I want it to be at a point where I can actually show people something. And for me personally, I think I'm not there yet. Call it weird, call it stupid, call me being too cowardly, if you will. But for me personally, I think I'm still at the point where I don't think I have enough to show. Right? For me, especially me, I have no experience whatsoever, man. I have no experience whatsoever with this stuff. This is all first time. And I know I've told this story before, but the main inspiration for this came about because back in the day when I was a young boy, teenager, all the Pokemon cards were the rage back in the day. Good old Pokemon TCG. And we know what Pokemon is, we've seen the show. So I had an idea. What if I made a game where it's basically tabletop, but we're playing Pokemon, just like in the anime, trainers and everything, battling gyms, but instead of, instead of playing the card game as is, I'll use the cards as the base for my game. So I made a homebrew tabletop Pokemon RPG game where basically you play as a trainer in the world, and we use the cards for the Pokemon, the substitute for the Pokemon and the fights. I adapted the rules of the card game to fit that card game I was making, to the point that I had to make up new rules, like the glyph upgrade system was from that game. Some of the attack terminologies and attack rules are from that game. Like the energy idea is from that game. I just translated it through mana to fit my universe that I was working that it's set on. But a lot of that inspiration was from that Pokemon tabletop homebrew game. And that's why I just one day you know what? Let's make that into a full-blown game set in my own setting, where I am not tied down by the stupid rules and lore of Pokemon, and I'm gonna make my own IP. And you know what? Let's see what will happen. And here we are. It has taken over my channel. I'm 100% focusing on this, and I have people who are showing genuine interest in it, and yeah, I appreciate that. So yeah, I'll think about, again, it's always been in the back of my mind, but like I said, for now, not yet ready. Not yet ready. I'll go ahead and continue. Finish this up, I think. So 5 speed, and what else we can do here? Too much power. There's already a lot of creatures that give too much power boost, but we are talking 20 gods here, so what do you expect? And again, besides, you won't be able to port everyone in a more reasonable thing. So yeah, as for the favor system, I think for now, I'm gonna go with the favor meter, where it's an experience bar. So every time you do a specific thing, because you do make a very good point there about role-playing with the god, because why would you carry... Oh, well, you would carry favor from... Lies! He's not a bird, man. He's a man-burb. Shh. 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 Don't let the word know. Don't let the world know. Also, how you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good in this fine day. I'm just, doing my favor system here for the gods. So yeah, I have decided to put a favor meter on the favor. So basically you'll be getting experience points when you're on a favor mission. You are not allowed to do certain things, you're allowed to do certain things, and it would increase your favor meter. And if you succeed or fail in the mission, you would get a boost in the experience, either enough to get you to the next rank or not. So that's the current idea. I'll do that. So it adds a lot of flavor for both role players and people who just wanted to get some extra stats, min-max and all that. So let's see, plus 1 power, and by rank 2 you get plus 5. Oh, beetle. Okay, plus 5 speed is too much indeed. +2 speed. And let's grab the thing here. You can now ask that. Also, voltaic and air moves apply +1. More +1 effect stacks. Here we go. So that should be good. Okay, so next is +2 power. Level 6. So yeah, he's all about speed and power, so I'll do that. So I'm gonna max him out at 5. So at level 6 you get +2 more power. And so we already got 5, and we're gonna give you +3. 3 more speed. By level 7, there should be something special. He's gonna give you 5 strength. +5 strength. And arcane. There you go. So yeah, worshipping a god does give you more mana. Okay, and by level 8, you'll get the chance to challenge him. And you also get his perk. There you go. And you get this perk, which I will copy from this document. Combat. I'm gonna save that, edit. And there you go. Airtalix is donezo. Nice. Quickly, because I already have a reference for him. Oh, actually, I need to change this. This is not voltaic, a thaumaturge. Thaumaturge. Thaumaturge creature and air creatures. Air type creatures. Gain +5 with capacity. Okay. That should be good. I need to change his favor on the other doc too, since I did that edit. Oh, fuck off. Okay, 12. There you go. Nice. Now that's done. Airtalix is done. Let me just go ahead and prep for the next page. That's gonna be Cutlalix. Cutlalix symbol is this one. The god of the sea secrets and exploration. I will deal with him later. I have a Airtalix lore doc that I need to proofread. Nice. Okay. That's done. Oh. Actually, now that you mentioned that, what time is it? Dude, I got carried away. Fuck. It's already... Dude, it's already 8:30 here. Well, unfortunately, time has reminded me that I have things to do, and thank you for reminding me about that, Kevin. I do appreciate you stopping by, but yeah, I'll have to call it a day for now. I'll resume working on this offline a bit and tomorrow. So please, all you lurkers out there, thank you. Please like and sub so you'll never miss me. But I'll be back tomorrow, that's for sure. We'll continue our journey into my world. And thank you for stopping by and chatting, Denisium, Kevin. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and call it for now. Bye-bye, everyone. Moi moi. And JK too, yeah, he did stop by. Thank you, Brain.